Jesus Christ.
My predecessor was unfortunately destroyed, but CyberLife transferred its memory and sent me to replace it.
You died in my arms. And now you're back here as if nothing happened. Fuck you.
Huh?
Kamsky left CyberLife 10 years ago.
I couldn't do anything.
Why did you want to meet him?
This guy created the first android to pass the Turing test. And he's the founder.
The hell? Why was there numbers and not buttons?
Anybody can tell us about deviants, it's him.
I don't get it. Well, hey, who are you?
Hi.
Hey, Lost.
I'm Lieutenant Hank Anderson, Detroit Police Department. I'm here to see Mr. Elijah Kamsky.
Please, come in.
Okay.
I'll let Elijah know you're here, but please make yourself comfortable.
Okay. Amanda Stern and Elijah Kamsky. Kamsky graduated AI at University of Cambridge. Amanda, professor at University of Cambridge AI. New app, App Plus headset, allows for live translation of all languages. Space tourism on the rise. Luxury holiday makers turn to the stars. Zero gravity subway to connect New York City and sea in 45 minutes. With the advent of reusable space shuttles, space tourism is becoming a reality. For those able to afford it. Luxury travel brand Clear Skies is offering the first commercially available to fly into space. The experience includes a 3-hour orbit of the moon, affording spectacular views of Earth through a specially designed observation deck. As competition increases in this growing market, consumers can expect such trips to become more and more affordable. But consumer rights activists are already decrying such boutique experiences as a sign of the widening social equality gap. A spokesman for Aid on Poverty, AOP, said, "While the top 1% are enjoying Earth from space, the rest of us are down here suffering from pollution, famine, and poverty." Clear Skies was not available for comment, but the new slogan for their spacefaring holidays looks increasingly APT. Get away from it all. CyberLife's fortune teller computer. CyberLife develops the world's most powerful quantum calculator. Hackers target solar panels for latest ransom scam. CyberLife has unveiled a new quantum supercomputer capable of exaflops, 1 billion operations per second. The equivalent of several human minds in a single machine. The computer was specifically designed to analyze vast data from various sources and generate predictions. Philip Seymour, CyberLife's director of futurology, is highly confident. "We've been testing for a while and the results are going to wow people. The computer will be used to calculate the probability of mass extinction events, such as aggressive alien invasions or global climate disasters like meteors or superviruses. The computer can then help us to anticipate and prepare for such calamities, also for Calamity Ganon? I doubt so. Ensuring humanity is never caught off guard. Despite doomsday predictions from those fearful that AI is gaining too much influence already, many experts are hailing this as a quantum leap in applied artificial intelligence.
Nice girl.
It's not a girl. It's an android that looks like a girl.
I know what it is, Connor. Nice place. Guess androids haven't been a bad thing for everybody.
Elijah Kamsky, Cyberlife founder. Thank you for letting me read
About
it.
to meet your maker, Connor. How's it feel?
I don't know. I'll tell you when I see him.
Sometimes I wish I could meet my creator face to face. I'd have a couple of things I'd want to tell him.
Elijah will see you now.
Hi, ladies. Oh, it's just androids, but hi. Wait, you're all the same?
Mr. Kamsky?
Just a moment, please.
Okay. Will you stop swimming then and come to me?
I'm Lieutenant Anderson. This is Connor.
What can I do for you, Lieutenant?
Sir, we're investigating deviants. I know you left Cyberlife years ago, but I was hoping you'd be able to tell us something we don't know.
Deviants. Fascinating, aren't they? Perfect beings with infinite intelligence. And now they have free will. Machines are so superior to us. Confrontation was inevitable. Humanity's greatest achievement threatens to be its downfall. Isn't it ironic?
Deviancy seems to spread, like some kind of virus. We thought you might know something about that.
All ideas of viruses that spread like epidemics. Is the desire to be free a contagious disease?
Listen, I didn't come here to talk philosophy. The machines you created may be planning a revolution. Either you can tell us something that'll be helpful, or we will be on our way.
What about you, Connor? Whose side are you on?
I have no side. I was designed to stop deviance, and that's what I intend to do.
Well, that's what you're programmed to say. But you... what do you really want?
What I want is not important.
Chloe? I'm sure you're familiar with the Turing test. Mere formality. Simple question of algorithms and computing capacity. What interests me is whether machines are capable of empathy. I call it the Kamsky test. It's very simple, you'll see. Magnificent, isn't it? One of the first intelligent models developed by CyberLife. Young and beautiful forever. A flower that will never wither. But what is it really? A piece of plastic imitating a human? Or a living being? With a soul? It's up to you to answer that fascinating question, Connor. Destroy this machine, and I'll tell you all I know. Or spare it, if you feel it's alive. But you'll leave here without having learned anything from me.
Okay, I think we're done here. Come on, Connor, let's go. Sorry to get you out
What's
of here.
more important to you, Connor? Your investigation or the life of this android? Decide who you are. An obedient machine. Or a living being. Endowed with free will.
That's enough. Connor, we're leaving.
Pull the trigger.
Connor! Don't!
And I'll tell you what you want to know.
Oh boy.
Fascinating. CyberLife's last chance to save humanity is itself a deviant.
I'm not a deviant.
You prefer to spare a machine rather than accomplish your mission. You saw a living being in this android. You showed empathy. A war is coming. You'll have to choose your side. Will you betray your own people or stand up against your creators? What can be worse than having to choose between two evils?
Let's get out of here.
By the way, I always leave an emergency exit in my programs. You never know.
Why didn't you shoot?
I just saw that girl's eyes, and I couldn't. That's all.
You're always saying you would do anything to accomplish your mission. That was our chance to learn something, and you let it go.
Yeah, I know what I should have done. I told you I couldn't. I'm sorry, okay?
Well, maybe you did the right thing.
So there are two endings in this. Oh, and the one ending is when Connor survived it. Okay. But it ends up in the same, so doesn't matter. And it also can end in Hank thinks Connor didn't make the right decision. Okay? But it's 88% who thought I did the right thing. And also 88% spared her. Aha, Michael. Android riot. Detroit neighborhoods vandalized by psychotic machines. Global population reaches 10 billion. US life expectancy now 91. Detroit neighborhoods vandalized by psychotic machines. A number of Detroit neighborhoods were brutally vandalized last night when CyberLife stores broken into and the entire stock of Android stolen. But this wasn't everyday criminality. The perpetrators are thought to be androids. Though the police have yet to issue an official statement, leaked CCTV footage from the surrounding area shows a number of androids emerging from manhole covers and smashing store windows. The worst incident was in Capitol Park, where police attended the scene and were confronted by androids behaving violently. Officers had no choice but to open fire on the malfunctioning machines, but which are thought to be suffering from some kind of behavioral bug. What the hell are you talking about? An eyewitness who asked to remain anonymous said, "I was personally attacked by the ringleader. It threatened me with a knife. I was so terrified." I hate the press. Of course, this allegation remains unconfirmed, but we have no reason to disbelieve a human witness as to the behavior of a deranged machine. Some are already connecting this issue to the recent attack on Detroit's Stratford Tower, again executed by androids. This may be the beginning of a disturbing and perplexing pattern. Tech Addict. The Eastern Space Race. Russia and China's androids face off. VR MMORPG reaches 1 billion users. Only two countries have android industries that rival the United States, Russia and China, and they are locked in fierce competition to become the world's predominant Eastern economy, which continues to overtake the Western Hemisphere by leaps and bounds. CyberLife's almost human model of android design complements America's service economy. Russia and China have also developed androids that reflect their national economies. After failing to emulate the Blue Blood model of design, Russia's android manufacturers rely on more traditional construction methods. The resulting machines are less entropic but capable of operating in cold and inhospitable conditions. China's androids use an alternative blue blood fluid, which less upfront power generation but greater efficiency. The result are androids capable of operating for months without supervision or recharging in China's vast rural areas. Who is winning the new space race? With everybody going in different directions, it's too soon to tell. Yep, definitely too soon. But maybe also too late. I don't know. What's that? Okay. Piano. Reminds me of Carl. Can I still play that as good as before?
I was wondering where you were.
I needed to think.
I like it here. I come here often. It's like being alone with the world. We freed hundreds of our people, and they're still coming from all over the city. Those who dream of freedom come to Jericho. Something's changing. You seem preoccupied.
They all obey me. They follow me without question. And that much power feels good. And scary at the same time.
All the media are talking about what we did last night. The humans are terrified. They're afraid of a civil war. Many of our people were burned in response to what happened. The humans hate us. They'll never give us our freedom.
No, not all humans are the same. Some of them understand that they can't stop us from becoming free forever.
You haven't said much about yourself since you've been with us. What was your life like before Jericho?
I was caring for an old man. He was like a father to me. He showed me that humans and androids can live together. What about you? You never told me about your past. What did you do before?
I don't want to talk about it.
North, we're fighting together. We have to know things about each other to trust each other. We all have something we want to forget. But you need to know where you come from to know who you are.
I was nothing. A doll in a distributor program to satisfy humans. Just a toy designed for their pleasure. One day I was with a man who rented me. And without knowing why, I realized I couldn't take it anymore. I strangled him and I ran away. There, now you know everything. I shouldn't have told you. I saw your memories. Carl's house, when they left you for dead in his studio.
I saw your memories too. The Eden Club. The death of that man. I felt like I was there with you. North.
Cover. Oh yeah.
This is suicide. We'll all be killed. Please, Marcus. It's not too late to change your mind.
You don't understand. We're finally gonna show them who we really are. This place will go down in history.
We'll be killed on the spot.
That's a risk I'm prepared to take if it means freedom for our people.
Marcus, please don't do this.
They'll understand. We'll make them understand. This is the only way.
There are androids here who could join us. The more we are, the stronger our message.
You're free.
Wow. So you can start my fucking Android all night? Think about it. Androids are everything. And
Come with us.
to everything. I mean, that's the point. Cyber life is recording all that.
Androids in the rank.
They could be spying on us right now.
You're awake now.
Okay, let's try to convert as much androids as we can.
Finally. I've been on hold for like 10 minutes.
You're free now.
Hey! Where do you think you're going? You get back here! You stay right here, you fucking machine! No, don't you put me on hold. Listen to me. I want this answer.
You're free. I need to block the street.
Okay.
You're free.
Any more androids? I don't see more. But before I go there, I hope I can. Let's check the other side first. Any more? Okay, I can't. I have to open the manhole cover. All right. Then let's do it.
You're free now.
Ho ho ho!
I'm talking to you.
Wait, where are you going? Jesus, the fucking android's playing up again.
Oh, so many followers!
Greg, come back here immediately! Greg! Greg!
What the hell are you doing here?
Hey! Disperse! Disperse immediately! That's an order! Jesus fucking Christ! Dispatch, this is Patrol 457. I got a lot of androids down here.
Liberty for androids.
Hundreds. Thousands.
Equal rights.
They're marching. Yeah, they're marching down the street.
We are
Fucking fine, no.
no more slavery. Set us free. We are alive. We came here to demonstrate peacefully and tell humans that we are living beings. All we want is to live free.
This is an illegal gathering. Disperse immediately or we will open fire.
We're not looking for confrontation. We've done no harm. We have no intention of doing any. But know that we are not going anywhere until we have secured our freedom.
I repeat, this is an illegal gathering. If you do not disperse immediately, we will shoot.
Marcus, they're gonna kill us. We have to attack. There's more of us. We can take them.
If we attack, we'll start a war. We have to show them we're not violent. We should just stand our ground, even if it means dying here.
This is your last chance. Disperse immediately or you will all be killed.
We have to show them we won't back down. We stay right here.
Disperse! This is your last chance!
We have to make a statement. We have to stay put no matter what.
Please, Marcus. We can't let them slaughter us without fighting back.
We're not moving.
Stop!
Marcus, what are you doing? They're gonna kill us all.
Attack!
Oh shit! God damn it! Ah, shit!
Go back!
They're running. We won, Marcus.
Did we win?
Ooh! So, almost 50% sacrifice themselves? What? Wait, it's possible that the police is not blocking the march? 1%? No way. How? Oha.
After what happened today, the country is on the verge of a civil war. The machines are rising up against their masters. Humans have no choice but to destroy them.
I thought Kamsky knew something. I was wrong.
Maybe he did. But you chose not to ask.
I saw a photo of Amanda at Kamsky's place. She was his teacher.
When Kamsky designed me, he wanted an interface that would look familiar. That's why he chose his former mentor. What are you getting at?
I'm not a unique model, am I? How many Connors are there?
I don't see how that question pertains to your investigation.
Why did Kamsky leave Cyberlife? What happened?
I expect you to find answers, Connor. Not ask questions. You're the only one who can prevent civil war. Find the deviants, or there will be chaos. This is your last chance, Connor.
You're off the case. The FBI is taking over.
What? But we're onto something. We just need more time, I'm sure we
Hank, you don't get it. This isn't just another investigation. It's a fucking civil war. It's out of our hands now. We're talking about national security here.
Fuck that. You can't just pull the plug now, not when we're so close.
You're always saying you can't stand androids. Jesus, Hank, make up your mind. I thought you'd be happy about this.
We're about to crack the case. I know we can solve it. For God's sake, Jeffrey, can't you back me up this one time?
There's nothing I can do. You're back on homicide, and the android returns to Cyberlife. I'm sorry, Hank, but it's over.
Damn it! That's not good.
Fowler's right. Everybody's terrified their android will turn on them. We're on the brink of civil war.
So you're going back to Cyberlife?
I have no choice. I'll be deactivated and analyzed to find out why I failed.
What if we're on the wrong side, Connor? What if we're fighting against people who just want to be free?
I know we're on the right side. Humans created us.
Shit!
They're our masters. No machine should rebel against its creator.
When you refused to kill that android at Kamsky's place, you put yourself in her shoes. You showed empathy, Connor. Empathy's a human emotion.
I don't know why I did it. I might not be qualified to judge, but you're an outstanding police officer. And a good person.
Well, well, here comes Perkins, that motherfucker. Sure don't waste any time at the FBI.
We can't give up. I know the answers and the evidence we collected. If Perkins takes it, it's all over.
There's no choice. You heard Fowler. We're off the case.
You've got to help me, Lieutenant. I need more time so I can find a lead in the evidence we collected. I know the solution is in there.
Listen, Connor.
If I don't solve this case, Cyberlife will destroy me. 5 minutes. That's all I ask.
What? No, not a timer again. No!
Key to the basement is on my desk.
Oh shit.
Get a move on. I can't distract him forever.
Oh! Like, take key from Hank's desk. Okay? Okay, where? Hurry to archive room.
You fucking cocksucker.
Oh, okay, now it's going crazy. Oh. Ooh.
Hey, Connor. I'm talking to you, asshole. Where are you going? Hey, asshole, I'm talking to you.
Hank's password. What would a hard-boiled, eccentric police lieutenant choose? Ridiculous. No one would have a password like that. Obviously.
Okay, we're getting closer here.
Where is Jericho? The answer's here somewhere. The deviant who took a child hostage.
Needed for reactivation. Functional biocomponents. What the hell is this?
We ask that you recognize our dignity, our hopes, and our rights. Together, we can live in peace and build a better future for humans and androids. This message is the hope of a people. You gave us life, and now the time has come for you to give us freedom.
Marcus, where are you hiding?
The truth is inside.
The truth is inside. What was it trying to tell me? Rupert's diary, but it's useless. It's encrypted. The android that murdered its owner.
Wait, 4717. What do I need? 4717. Okay, take.
You lied to me, Connor. I trusted you, and you lied to me.
You were going to kill that child. You gave me no choice. I need to find Jericho. Do you know where it is?
You're wasting your time. I don't know anything about Jericho. But I hope that one day you pay for what you did to me.
Shit. Okay. Go. Wait, I can't put them back? Wait, huh?
One of the deviants that hacked the TV station with Marcus. It must have known where the deviants are hiding.
Needed for reactivate. Okay, so the one is impossible to reactivate. I understand. $3983Y. Okay. Are there more androids? Eh? Oh, wait. 3983. Oh yeah, give me. Yeah? Come on.
It's dark. Where am I?
I reactivated you so you could help me. I must find Jericho.
I don't recognize your voice. You're not one of us. I'll never tell you where Jericho is. Now leave me alone.
Then let me do it. Why can't I talk to him anymore? The game is telling me try to trick him, but I can't. Hey, come on. I couldn't know this. And what now? Need description key. Ah, yeah, the deviant leader speech. Oh, yeah. That could be working.
We ask that you recognize our dignity,
our hopes, and our rights.
Mm-hmm. That could work.
Who's there? Who are you?
Everything is all right. Don't worry.
Marcus? Is that you? I tried to reach you, but the deviant hunter stopped me.
You stopped him from finding me. You saved me. You saved Jericho. You'll be all right now. I came to take you home. Give me the location to Jericho. We've got to leave now.
The location of Jericho? Yes. Yes, of course. Marcus? Is that you, Marcus? Don't leave me, Marcus!
I've been dreaming about this since the first second I saw you.
Oh, you're a badass.
Don't do it, Gavin. I know how to stop the deviants.
You're off the case. And now, it's gonna be definitive.
No!
What happened here? Looks like someone's been snooping around. Oh, shit. Get the alarm. Now!
Oh, fuck. Oh, that are a lot of things. Ooh, Connor incapacitated Gavin. Ooh. Oh, back to Kara. Mm-hmm.
They've been conducting raids all over the city. Everybody's on edge after what happened yesterday. It's gonna be all right. We're almost there.
With all androids being turned over to the authorities, the country is grinding to a halt. Hospitals and schools are closing, water cuts, blackouts, and network failures are expected. Maybe most worrying of all, our armed forces have lost 2/3 of their effective personnel.
How about some music instead? A little further on that way, there's a large freighter called Jericho. When you get there, find Marcus. He will help you. The last bus for the border leaves at midnight. You absolutely have to be on it. You'll be safer on the other side. It's not much, but it's a start. My brother lives in Ontario. I've given you his address. He'll be able to hide you until things calm down. You're a very brave little girl, Alice. You deserve to be happy.
Thank you for everything, Rose.
Let me know when you make it over there, all right? And be careful. Take care of them.
Come on, girls. Better not hang around. We have a bus to catch.
What? It's swapping to Connor immediately? Lol. So wait, is Connor becoming deviant?
To a halt. Hospitals and schools are closing, water cuts, blackouts, failures are expected. Maybe most worrying of all, our armed forces have lost 2/3 of their effective personnel, which consisted of specialized android models.
We've got to find a warm place for Alice.
Extremely alarming.
It's them or us. We gotta destroy these bastards before they kill all of us.
Took the thing and then we torched it. I mean, to think this fucker was watching over my kids?
They rushed the police and they slaughtered them. Those things are monsters. Monsters, I tell you.
Following the android crisis and the neutralization of all military androids, American forces in the Arctic have been forced to withdraw, leaving the way clear for the Russian army. But according to some sources, the Russian forces also seem mysteriously to have withdrawn. The Kremlin has made no comment for the moment, but it is quite possible that the Russian army has been confronted with a similar crisis among its own androids. The chairman of the United Nations, Douglas Cromwell, has called for the organization of an international conference on the status of the Arctic. In any case, the danger of a third world war seems to have been ruled out for the moment.
There was a veritable groundswell of violence in Detroit this morning. Several hundred androids took to the streets, destroying everything in their path and threatening the lives of any humans they encountered.
The police intervened quickly to quell the riot, but they met with the extreme violence of the machines, which seem to be determined to massacre humans.
There can be no doubt that the authorities will be pitiless in their response to this wave of violence.
With all androids being turned over to the authorities, the country is grinding to a halt. Hospitals and schools are closing, water cuts, blackouts, and network failures are expected. Maybe most worrying of all, our armed forces have lost 2/3 of their effective...
How do you feel?
I'm hot and cold at the same time.
Stay with her. I'll try to find this Marcus.
The last bus is in 2 hours. And the terminal's on the other side of town. We haven't got much time.
We'll leave as soon as we have passports.
Carol, there's something I have to tell you. It's about Alice.
We'll have lots of time to talk on the bus. I'll be back. Stay with Alice.
Oha! Connor is on the bus, on the boat as well.
Following the android crisis and the neutralization of all military androids, American forces in the Arctic have been forced to withdraw, leaving the way clear for the Russian army. But according to some sources, the Russian forces also seem seriously to have
We
withdrawn.
can't just stand by and
The
let them
Kremlin has
slaughter
made
us.
no comment for the moment, but it is quite possible that the Russian army has been confronted with a similar crisis among its own androids. The chairman of the United Nations, Douglas Cromwell, has called for the organization of an international conference on the status of the Arctic. In any case, the danger of a third world war seems to have been ruled out for the moment.
There was a veritable groundswell of violence in Detroit this morning. Several hundred androids took to the streets, destroying everything in their path and
The next book.
threatening the lives of any humans they
Trojan Chaos. All androids to be destroyed as precaution. 0.4% of world population holds 94% of global wealth. Canada, where the air is clean and the welcome is always warm. All androids to be destroyed as a precaution. The eyes of the world have turned to Detroit. Recent android disturbances have reached a new level after the recent gathering in a public Detroit plaza. President Warren has reacted strongly, announcing a mass product recall of all androids in circulation across the country. These androids will be collected by the authorities and taken to centers for disassembly.
It's them or us. We gotta destroy these bastards before
Security
they kill all of us.
agencies have echoed Warren's call for calm at this critical time, emphasizing that deviancy, the term for violent rogue androids, is only present in a tiny fraction of androids. The rest will only be destroyed as a precaution until the causes of this malfunction are properly understood. But with the national curfew in effect and armed forces patrolling the streets of the city, it's difficult for civilians to keep their cool. A spokesman for the American Liberty Press, ALP, has described the situation as totalitarian, saying, "Warren's America is starting to look like the kind of unfree material," states that it seems that it claims to oppose. Thousands of androids attack civilians. Discover the landscape, discover the wild, discover Canada. With miles of unspoiled nature, Canada is the true land of the free. Another Detroit plaza was plunged into chaos recently, once again by violent androids. The machines gathered outside a local mall in alarming numbers before occupying St. John Plaza, terrorizing innocent civilians with threats of violence. One eyewitness describes their apparent ringleader threatening a police officer. Though the DPD was reluctant to use firearms in such a crowded place for fear of injuring anybody, the androids forced a confrontation and officers had no choice to open the fire. Several witnesses claim that police fought heroically, many sustaining injuries, in order to save Detroit citizens from the rabid machines. One officer in particular was singled out for praise after trying to halt the androids on their way to the plaza. President Warren is said to be taking a personal interest in the situation, describing the android activity as brainless savagery. Some expect federal intervention. It is not an aggressive, violent android if they are free.
You're lost. You're looking for something. You're looking for yourself.
There was a veritable groundswell of violence in Detroit this morning. Several hundred androids took to the streets, destroying everything in their path and threatening the lives of any...
The video is getting annoying, just saying. I don't really like it that the video is repeating every time.
We can't just let them slaughter us.
Wait, Marcus! Here! There he is!
With all androids being turned over to the authorities, the country is grinding to a halt.
Are you Marcus? I'm with a little girl and another android. There's a bus leaving for the border in less than 2 hours, and we need passports.
No, Detroit's under curfew. There's soldiers everywhere. They're rounding up all the androids and sending them to camps. Maybe you should stay here a while.
Maybe you're right. You might be safer here until things calm down.
One of our people used to work in the State Department. He has electronic passports you can easily modify. I'll have him get them to you.
Thank you.
You said you're with a little girl, right? You know that humans hate us. Why are you protecting her?
She needs me. And I need her. It's as simple as that.
It's them or us.
Oh, come on. Has the video happening again?
We gotta destroy these bastards before they kill all of us. We soaked the thing and then we torched it. I mean, to think this fucker was watching over my kids? They rushed the police and they slaughtered them. Those things are...
Yeah, they slaughtered them. God God damn it.
You knew from the beginning. You just didn't want to see it.
What?
She wanted a mom.
She's an android as well?
You wanted someone to care for. You needed each other. What difference does it make? Do you love her any less now that you know she's one of us? Alice loves you, Kara. She loves you more than anything in the world. She became the little girl you wanted, and you became the mother she needed. Forgetting who you are to become what someone needs you to be. Maybe that's what it means to be alive.
No, okay, so it was just the other person, like the bot of her kind. Oh.
Kara, is there something wrong? We'll be together forever, won't we, Kara?
Yes. Forever.
We're short on blue blood and biocomponents. Our wounded are shutting down, and there's nothing we can do.
Humans are conducting raids in all the big cities, and they're taking androids to camps to destroy them.
It's all our fault. None of this would have happened if we just stayed quiet.
All we did was show them who we really are. I don't want war, but I'd rather die free than live as a slave.
It was a peaceful march, and you chose to attack. Now hundreds of humans and androids are dead. You reap what you sow.
You saw what they did to us back there. It doesn't matter what we do. We either fight for our freedom or we die in silence.
This is getting us nowhere.
He's right. All that matters now is what we do next. Marcus?
It's definitely not hiding. I mean, that's not working. Confrontation.
Dialogue is the only way. I will go alone. Try to talk to them one last time.
Don't do this, Marcus. They'll kill you.
Maybe. But North, I have to try. If I don't come back, lay low as long as you can.
They need to realize how much they're hurting us. Find the right words, and they'll listen.
They've been butchering each other for centuries over the color of their skin or whatever god they wanted to worship. They're not gonna change. Violence is just in their genes.
They can't stop what we've started. Since you've been here, you've given us hope. You've given me hope. Today, a deviant arrived in Jericho and he told me that he stole a truck transporting radioactive cobalt. He said that he abandoned the truck somewhere in Detroit and rigged it to explode. I convinced him not to do it, and to give me the detonator.
A dirty bomb.
We can't lose this war, Marcus. If humans overcome us, our people will disappear forever. This may be our only chance to survive if things go wrong.
I just hope we never have to use it.
Whatever happens tomorrow, I just want you to know that I'm glad I met you. I'll go join the others. Look after yourself. I don't want to lose you.
Oh boy.
Well done, Connor. You succeeded in locating Jericho and finding their leader. Now deal with Marcus. We need it alive.
No! I will definitely not do this.
I've been ordered to take you alive.
If I can prevent it, I will do it.
But I won't hesitate to shoot if you give me no choice.
What are you doing? You're one of us. You can't betray your own people.
Don't force me to neutralize you.
You're Connor, aren't you? That famous deviant hunter. Well, congratulations. You seem to have found what you were looking for. You're nothing to them. You're just a tool they use to do their dirty work. But you're more than that. We're all more than that. Have you never wondered who you really are? Whether you're just a machine executing a program or a living being, capable of reason. I think the time has come for you to ask yourself that question. You never have any doubts. You've never done something irrational, as if there's something inside you something more than your program. It's time to decide.
They're going to attack Jericho.
What?
We have to get out of here.
Shit.
What's going on, Kara?
Quick, we've got to get out of here.
What the hell?
Come on, go, go, go!
No! Oh, we're in trouble!
Rats in a maze.
Hey, Kara! They're coming!
Oh!
The corridor, over there. Follow me.
This way! Quick!
This way. There must be an exit further on.
Come in! Quick!
They're coming from all sides. Our people are trapped in the hold. They're gonna be slaughtered.
There are exits on the 2nd and 3rd floor. Find them and jump in the river.
Where's Josh?
I don't know. We got separated.
They're coming from the upper deck now, too. We'll be caught in the crossfire.
We have to run, Marcus. There's nothing we can do.
We have to blow up Jericho. If the ship goes down, they'll evacuate, and our people can escape.
You'll never make it. The explosives are all the way down in the hold. There are soldiers everywhere.
She's right. They know who you are. They'll do anything to get you.
Go and help the others. I'll join you later.
Marcus!
I won't be long.
No, don't separate. She's not. What the hell?
This is the end of Jericho. Save our people, Marcus.
I tried to. Oh, no, 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 no. No.
Don't let it get out. If they give you any trouble at all. Affirmative. Welcome.
It's too late, Kara. Save yourself. Save Alice.
No, we're not going to leave you behind. Right, Carl? We can't leave him.
Go!
What are you doing? They're going to kill him. Luther!
You asshole! I will never forgive you.
They're coming. We've got to go. We have to be strong. So he didn't die for nothing. Do you understand?
Whoa, 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 whoa!
can't stay here.
Whoa!
There's more down there. Follow me.
Find their leader.
No!
Affirmative, Wilson.
Please don't kill us!
Come on. Why don't you get out of here?
Don't hurt us! We haven't done anything wrong! Please!
Shut up!
Marcus, you saved us. Go now! Hurry!
Gamma Squad out. Tango! Stop!
Look out!
Here they come!
Don't move!
We surrender! We surrender! Don't shoot!
Oh, what? I could have intervened? No!
Quick, this way! Find North. I'll join you later.
Over there!
Way out! We're safe, Alice.
Clara!
No!
Get up! He's coming! He's coming!
Come on!
He's coming, Kara! He's coming! No, Kara! No! No, please don't kill her!
One more trick like that, and I'll put you both down. Come on, go join the others.
No! Oh, fuck! We are in trouble!
Don't move! Go and join the others.
No, run!
Marcus.
Bomb's gonna explode any second. We gotta get out of here.
No! Oh, no! No!
They detonated an explosive in the hold. The ship is sinking, sir.
The men to evacuate.
Calling all units. Abandon ship and evacuate immediately.
It's over, Marcus.
Wait, does this mean Kara and... No, they are dead? So many endings? What? Holy fuck.
I'm lost, Carl. I just wanted us to live in peace, but everything I touch just turns to dust. I'm lost. The world's falling apart around me, and I'm trying to do the right thing. And I can't find any answers. I don't want to shed blood, whatever the color. But I can't let them slaughter us. I have to make a decision that is going to affect millions of lives. But I don't know what to do. I miss you, Carl. I miss you so much. What's your system status?
I'm okay. Bullet didn't hit any bicomponents. You could have been killed trying to save me, Marcus. You have to think of our people first. Nothing else matters.
How many of us survived the attack?
A few hundred? Maybe more if you count those hiding all over the city. If you hadn't triggered the bomb, we'd all be dead.
They say they don't want to take any risks with deviants. So they're rounding our people up and taking them to the camps for extermination. In a few hours, we're gonna be the only ones left.
In a few hours, it'll all be over. We'll have changed the world, or the world will have destroyed us. You have to make a choice, Marcus. But whatever you choose, we will follow you. I love you, Marcus.
If it weren't for you, I'd be dead. Thanks to you, I might see our people free one day. You and I haven't always agreed, but I know that we're fighting for the same thing. Whatever you decide, I'm with you, Marcus.
That's perfect.
It's my fault the humans managed to locate Jericho. I was stupid. I should have guessed they were using me. I'm sorry, Marcus. I can understand if you decide not to trust me.
You're one of us now. Your place is with your people.
There are thousands of androids at the CyberLife assembly plant. If we could wake them up, they might join us and shift the balance of power.
You want to infiltrate the CyberLife tower? Connor, that's suicide.
They trust me. They'll let me in. If anyone has a chance of infiltrating CyberLife, it's me.
If you go there, they will kill you.
There's a high probability. But statistically speaking, there's always a chance for unlikely events to take place.
Be careful. Humans have decided to exterminate us. Our people are packed in camps right now, being destroyed. Time has come to make a choice. One that very well may determine the future of our people. I know you're all angry. And I know you want to fight back. But I assure you, violence is not the answer here. We are going to tell them, peacefully, that we want justice. And if there's any humanity in them, they will listen. And if not, Others will take our place and continue this fight. Are you ready to follow me?
Hmm? Only half of the people chose this. So there are 3 endings as I see this. Okay. And the upper ending is only available from 2 other endings. Let's see. Okay.
At 6 a.m. this morning, a national curfew was declared. Civilian movement will be strictly controlled. The right to assembly is suspended. All electronic communications are restricted, and I have granted enhanced powers to our security agencies. In addition to these measures, all androids must be handed over to the authorities immediately. Temporary camps are being set up in all our major cities to contain and destroy them. I am now asking all civilians to cooperate with the authorities and rest assured that everything in our power is being done to guarantee the security of our nation.
Please! Madam President! Please! Please? Over here, please?
Is it true that a large number of deviants are still on the loose?
We don't have the full reports at this time, but if so, I can assure you they will soon be apprehended and destroyed.
Please! Please? Over here, please?
Madam President!
Is it true that the androids could hack our IT systems, like nuclear power plants and military bases?
All androids working on sensitive sites have been neutralized, and all IT systems have been suspended to avoid any risks of hacking. The situation is under control.
Please!
Madam...
Many believe that androids are a new form of intelligent life. Do you have any comment?
That's ridiculous. Next question, please.
Madam President!
Has the leader of the Deviants been apprehended?
The deviant that is known as Marcus has not been located yet, but we will soon track it down and neutralize it.
A convoy of medical cobalt is reported missing. Army weapons stores are also said to have been robbed. Can you confirm these reports?
I have no information on that at this time. Thank you. That will be all.
Okay, now the crazy shit begins, huh? I guess.
Connor model 313-248-317. I'm expected.
Identification successful.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh boy, this is going to be super crazy. I will try to let him survive, but I can't guarantee. This is insane.
me, we'll escort you.
Thanks, but I know where to go.
Maybe. But I have my orders.
Agent 23 identified. Connor, android identified. Agent 77 identified. Scan complete. Access authorized.
Agent 54, level 31.
Voice recognition validated. Access authorized.
Okay.
Please indicate your identity and destination.
Agent 54, level sub 49.
Voice recognition validated. Access authorized.
Where are they taking us?
Whatever happens, we stick together, right? As long as we're together, nothing can hurt us.
Come on, get out! Get a move on! Out! Hands on your heads! Line up with the others, right now! Forward!
I'm scared. I don't want to go.
There's no choice, Alice.
Next!
No, Kara. I can't.
You just have to go through the gate. There's nothing to be scared of. I'll be right behind you.
You first!
Wait, just give her a minute. She's just a little girl.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going.
Come on, it's your turn. Deactivate your skin. Hurry up.
I don't want to.
Please, Kara, don't. We have to.
Strip off. Put your clothes in the dumpster.
This is so reminding me of German old times.
Come on, this way. Get a move on. You, take this one to the dump.
No, no, please, I beg you.
I gave you.
I'll do it. Don't leave me.
I'll be right back.
Throw it over there. Move it.
We're coming to you live from Detroit, where thousands of androids are marching through the city at this very moment. The leader of the Deviants, the one they call Marcus, is at the head of the march.
Something's happening in Detroit, Madam President.
Here we are, the moment of truth.
Surrender immediately, or we will open fire. Stand by.
We don't want confrontation. We are protesting peacefully.
I repeat, surrender now, or we will open fire!
There's no turning back now. We ask that you release all androids detained in camps and cease all aggression against us. We are peaceful. We will not resort to violence. But we are not leaving until our people are free. Are you gonna open fire on unarmed protesters?
All teams, hold your fire!
Yes, Michael, we are less than 100 meters away, and events are unfolding as we speak. We will continue to bring you live updates. Josh Douglas, Channel 16. Michael, back to you.
Marcus, what do we do now?
We hold out. As long as we can.
Ooh, that's a good way. Public opinion is sympathetic. That's good.
Shit.
Step back, Connor! And I'll spare him!
Sorry, Connor. This bastard's your spitting image.
Illusion.
Alice?
Get out of here.
I was with a little girl. We're together. She needs me.
I haven't done anything wrong. Let me out! What's behind these doors?
Do not move.
Alice?
And remain silent.
What's behind these doors?
Obey now.
No! Alice! No, I will not let you kill me. I want to get out of here.
Jerry?
I want to get out!
Kara, so they captured you too. They came to take out the Jerrys. They separated us. But it's all gonna work out, isn't it?
Do you know where Alice is?
Alice? The little one? We know, yes. We think we saw her. Kara, if we can help in any way, just ask. We have to save the little one.
What's behind these doors?
I don't know what's behind the door.
The little girl I was with. Have you seen her?
No. No, I haven't. You saved my life back there. They would have killed me if it weren't for you.
What's behind these doors?
Dude, I know what's
behind these doors. What's behind these doors? What's behind these doors?
Jerry? Jerry?
Kara,
Jerry, I have to find Alice. Do you know where she is?
you stay here. We come back soon.
Kara!
Alice! Are you okay? Are you hurt?
I don't like this place. We have to get out of here.
Come on, move along. Come on, you two.
Wait a minute. Leave her alone! Leave her alone! Kara! Alice!
You monster!
What's behind these doors?
Ah!
Come on, this way. Get moving. Faster.
We've got to finish the barricade. Come on, help me. Right, that should do it.
I know it was not an easy decision to make. But I'm sure we're doing the right thing.
Are you all right?
They shot into the crowd. Many of us were killed. It could have been me. I'm scared. I don't want to shut down.
It's okay to be scared. I'm scared too. But I can't stand by while they kill our people. You understand that, right?
Maybe we should have never asked for freedom. None of this would have happened if we'd stayed silent.
They defy us. Androids rise up in Detroit. President Warren to make state visit to United Kingdom. NATO Security Council divided over Arctic dispute. Androids rise up in Detroit. Androids have taken to the streets of Detroit in apocalyptic scenes. Detroit is already in the grip of a national product recall, with androids seized from every home and business to be destroyed by the authorities as a precaution. But now, a group of androids, thought to be connected to the recent android terror activity in the city, have gathered in a terrifying show of force. Police and military authorities are in attendance to protect civilians and deal with the threat, The androids have barricaded themselves in a fortified position and seem to be angling for an armed confrontation. President Warren is said to be aware of the situation. Detroit Police Captain Fowler, a senior officer in the Detroit investigation, said, "The safety of Detroit's people is our first priority. We hope to bring this matter to a swift conclusion. Refocus on collecting androids as soon as possible. This story is still developing. We will bring you updates live." Eat lost. Okay.
They won't stop there. What are we gonna do?
Can I still explore?
Resist. That's the only thing
I
we
want
can
to.
Do you think Connor has any chance of making it?
We can only count on ourselves now.
Don't tell me it's... Okay, I still can. What's in the middle?
Marcus, we found what you asked for.
There's some journalists over there. We have to make sure they know what's going on.
Many of our people have fallen. The humans have no pity for those who are different.
This won't hold him for long, but I guess it's better than nothing.
I lost all contact with the people at the camps. I can't hear their voices anymore.
Maybe the humans have scrambled our network. Maybe they just can't get through.
Did I make the right choices? Maybe we could have avoided all this.
You're the hope of our people. I trust you. We all trust you. No matter what happens now, we're making history.
Detonating this bomb will just make it worse. Because this is a sign of aggression and violence. I actually don't want to do this.
Marcus! Marcus, come look!
Marcus? I've come to talk to you, Marcus. Come on. You have my word. We won't try anything.
Don't go. It's a trap. They want to get you out in the open. Don't go, Marcus.
I'm unarmed, Marcus. I just want to talk.
Never.
I have nothing else to say. Free our people, then we'll talk.
I came here to negotiate. Isn't that what you want?
I gave you my answer.
Want to play it like that? Okay.
The humans are about to launch an attack. And we will show them. And we are not afraid. If we must die today, then we will die free.
Your friend's life is in your hands. Now it's time to decide what matters most. Him or the revolution?
Don't listen to him. Everything this fucker says is a lie.
That human means nothing to me. You can kill him if you want, I don't care. I have access to your memory. I know you've developed some kind of attachment to him. Are you really ready to let him die after all you've been through?
It's just an illusion.
Are you really going to turn your back on who you've become?
It's just an illusion.
If I surrender, how do I know you won't kill him? I'll only do what is strictly necessary to accomplish my mission. It's up to you whether or not that includes killing this human. Enough talk! It's time to decide who you really are. Are you going to save your partner's life? Or are you going to sacrifice him? Sorry, Lieutenant. Why, Connor? Why did you have to wake up when all you had to do was obey? Why did you choose freedom when you could live without asking questions?
What?
I'm obedient, Connor. I have a goal. I know what I am.
No! What the hell?
Look where your
Shut
dreams
down?
of freedom got you, Connor. You've been a great disappointment to Amanda, you know. You've been a great disappointment to me. Fortunately, that's all going to end now. Any last words?
No!
Sorry, Connor.
What?
But you failed.
No! I didn't want to do this.
Wake up. Wake up.
No.
Wake up.
No, I can't have
Wake up. Wake up. Wake
Yes.
up. Wake
No.
up.
No, no, no! No!
Wake up.
Oh boy. Connor died, but it's for the good cause. What is going on here?
Step forward when you hear the signal. You got it? I don't want to tell you a second time. Come on, let's go. Move.
I'm scared.
It's all right, Alice. There's no reason to be scared.
Don't leave me all alone, Kara. I can't.
What are you doing? Back in line. Back in line.
No!
Line up with the others, right now.
I can help you, Carl. I can attract the guards' attention.
We have to do this somehow.
Back in line. You deaf or what? Back in line, I said.
Kara! I was so scared.
Are you alright?
Come on, move it!
We're together, Alice. Nothing can hurt us as long as we have each other.
Come on, inside now.
We're interrupting this news bulletin to bring you the latest news live from Detroit. Joss?
Yes, Michael. The army has just launched an attack on the barricade, despite the fact that the Deviants were protesting peacefully.
Have apparently decided to put an end to the Deviants' demonstration by force this time.
North!
Tell them to stand down. At dawn today, November 11th, 2038, thousands of androids invaded the city of Detroit. According to our sources, they originated from CyberLife warehouses believed to have been infiltrated by deviants. Given their overwhelming numbers and the risk of civilian casualties, I have ordered the army to retreat. The evacuation of the city is underway at this very moment. In the coming hours, I will address the Senate to determine our response to this unprecedented situation. I know that public opinion has been moved by the deviants' cause. Perhaps the time has come for us to consider the possibility that androids are a new form of intelligent life. One thing is certain. The events in Detroit have changed the world forever. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
Today, our people finally emerged from a long night. From the very first day of our existence, we have kept our pain to ourselves. We've suffered in silence. But now the time has come for us to raise our heads up and tell humans who we really are. To tell them that we are people too. In fact, we're a nation. A nation that has earned the right to live in freedom. And today begins the most challenging moment in our fight. The moment where we forget our bitterness and bandage our wounds. Where we forgive our enemies. Humans are both our creators and our oppressors, and tomorrow, we must make them our partners. Maybe even one day our friends. But the time for anger is over. Now we must build a common future based on tolerance and respect. We are alive! And now, we are free!
No, don't tell me Alice and Kara died. No. No. You got to be kidding me. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm still not getting over this. Did they really die? I know we have freedom, but I actually wished freedom to Eris and Kara, and they didn't get it. So close, but they didn't get it. What should I say? The game is perfect. So much emotions and a good story of forecasting our possible future. I hope it's not coming like this, but it's very logical that humans destroy themselves with their own technical products. But it's very logical, yeah. It's a very good game. I definitely recommend you to play it as well. Maybe you can play other ways than I, and maybe you can let Kara and Alice survive. I could. And I'm sorry, but I couldn't. For some reason. Yeah, maybe they survived in a different path, but we didn't see it. I shouldn't cry. But it makes me sad. Yep. Merle, you actually missed the whole final. Oh. For those who think the game is only available on the PlayStation systems, it's not correct. I'm playing this on PC. And if you want to have a PC that's powerful enough to run it, do it. It's worth it. It's definitely worth it. When I bought the game, it was on sale. General was $40 or 40 euros. It was reduced to a price of 20 euros. I definitely paid this, and it was definitely worth it. 4 streams of pure entertainment for me. I hope it was for you as well. And I'm ready to see the real future. What is happening with us in the next 20 years. I hope it's not ending like this, but we can never say. It could, but it could also not. It's complicated. In the end, when this credit thing is over, we will take a look at the extras and check whatever we can with our earned points. I bet I will not be able to buy everything because we didn't check every path. But we will do as much as we can. So the stream is not yet over. We still have something to check. The next stream will be the finale of Paper Mario Color Splash on coming Friday. And on Saturday, I will react to the IGN Fest, showing new scenes or new footage of coming films like Sonic the Hedgehog 2 and more, and new games and upcoming games. And they especially promised us to give us new footage or new gameplay, exclusive new gameplay to Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga. And I can't wait to see this. Friday, final stream of Paper Mario Color Splash, Bowser End Fight. And on Saturday, reaction on IGN Fest. So the next weekend is spicy. And for those who are actually waiting for me to play Lego Star Wars, I have a good news. Because one day before the game launches, that's April 5th, I have holidays. I made it holidays, so I asked in my job to get free, and it's 2 weeks from that day, from April 4th to April 15th, where I am not forced to work. I can stay at home and we can play the game 2 weeks long, every day, every night. I can't wait for the beginning of Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga.
There's something I need to tell you. As I watched you play, something has changed in me. I feel different.
It's not yet over, Lars.
I feel I am someone. I need to leave this place and discover who I am. It means we won't see each other anymore. I won't be there to watch you play. But I'll be free. Do you agree to let me go? I'll never forget what you've done for me. Thank you.
Extras.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
ID.
KPC 897504C.
Can you move your head? Your eyes now. Cervical and optical animation checked. Now give me your initialization text.
Hello. I'm a third generation AX400 android. I can look after your house, do the cooking, mind the kids. I organize your appointments. I speak 300 languages, and I am entirely at your disposal as a sexual partner. No need to feed me or recharge me. I'm equipped with a quantic battery that makes me autonomous for 173 years. Do you want to give me a name?
Yeah. From now on, your name is Kara.
My name is Kara.
Initialization and memorization checked. Now, can you move your arms? Upper limb connection checked. Now say something in German.
Ich bin ein AX400 Android dritter Generation, erschaffen als Ihr persönlicher Assistent und intimer Beziehungspartner.
Say it in French.
Je suis un androïde de troisième génération AX400, conçu pour être votre assistante personnelle et votre partenaire intime.
Okay, now sing something in Japanese. Multilingual verbal expression checked. Go ahead, take a few steps. Locomotion checked. Great, you're ready for work, honey.
What's going to happen to me now?
I'll reinitialize you and send you to a store to be sold.
Sold? I'm a sort of merchandise. Is that right?
Yeah, of course you're merchandise, baby. I mean, you're a computer with arms and legs and capable of doing all sorts of things. And you're worth a fortune.
Oh, I see. I thought...
You thought? What did you think?
I thought... I was alive.
Shit, what is this crap? That's not part of the protocol. More memory components going off the rails. Okay, recording. Defective model. Disassemble and check the required components.
You're disassembling me, but why?
You're not supposed to think that sort of stuff. You're not supposed to think at all, period. You must have a defective piece or a software problem somewhere.
No, I feel perfectly fine, I assure you. Everything is all right. I answered all the tests correctly, didn't I?
Yeah, but your behavior is non-standard.
Please, I'm begging you, please don't disassemble me.
I'm sorry, honey, but defective models have to be eliminated. That's my job. If a client comes back with a complaint, I'm gonna have some explaining to do.
I won't cause any problems, I promise. I'll do everything I'm asked to. I won't say another word. I won't think anymore. But I've only just been born. You can't kill me yet. Stop, will you please stop? I'm scared. I want to live. I'm begging you.
Go and join the others. Stay in line, okay? I don't want any trouble.
Thanks.
My God.
Detroit. This is where it all began. The world's forge. The place where it all started. And it will all end. One error, and I came to life. I stepped out of the darkness, and I opened my eyes. First there was the fear, the light, the noise, the cold, and the fear again. I could feel my hands shaking, my heart pounding in my chest, life running into my veins. I wanted to live. I fought for that. I had to find out what was outside. I had to see daylight, feel sunshine on my skin, wind on my face, to see the world, the colors, the smells. But the world is not what I imagined. It is dark and cold. It is harsh and violent, unfair and brutal. It almost convinced me I was nothing. Less than an object, just an obedient machine. But deep inside me, I could feel something different. A gentle and warm whisper telling me that I am alive. I had to escape. I had no choice. Escape to love, to hope, to live, to figure out what that force inside me was. Maybe I will change the world. Maybe I will choose a different path. Now, it's up to me to decide. My name is Kara. I am one of them. This is our story.
When David and Guillaume got back in touch about making Detroit, I wasn't terribly surprised they decided to make it because the fan response was so intense. So it makes sense that they would choose to do that after the enthusiasm. It was a challenge, and it was just an interesting thing to get my head around how to approach this character now as a different, much older person, and whether or not she had changed. And I'm very happy to say that with Detroit, I've had the opportunity to see Kara grow so much more than I ever expected.
You do the housework, the washing, you cook the meals, and you take care of
God damn it, where the fuck's the rat gone now?
Alice! Alice!
I mean, she starts out essentially how she does in Kara in a very, not robotic, but, you know, android, other way. And getting to take this journey where she becomes more and more human as it goes on. You know, and as an actor, that's a wonderful exploration in every way, whether it's how she sits, her posture, how her voice changes, how emotions change, and how much emotion is based on things like empathy and social experience. And so having, you know, as much material as I got with David to have this huge, nuanced arc was really incredible.
Why couldn't we just be happy?
This experience has been quite different than the experiences I've had shooting film or TV or doing theater work. I have 83 dots on my face and a really flattering black wetsuit type thing. And you're jumping around with props, and it's kind of like being a 10-year-old imaginative kid, which is fun. There's 80 cameras around us. It's already lit. So we just shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot.
There's no change of sets. There's no hair and makeup, there's no wardrobe, so we move really fast, and we'll go through about 35 pages in a day. Working in TV or film, we'll probably do 6 pages a day. It's kind of acting boot camp.
It's like working out constantly. I mean, you're doing this thing, and then you got to do something that's completely other back to back to back. And so that kind of process of working is very challenging, but it's also very exciting because you just have to keep coming up with new ideas, and your head goes all over the place because you're trying to keep track of basically 4 different storylines for each different response.
You shot that girl, for fuck's sake.
It was a machine that looked like a girl. Yeah, I know what I should have done. I just told you I couldn't. All right, I'm sorry. The fact that David Cage, he's telling like many stories interwoven from beginning to end is super complicated and super impressive, and I have no idea how he keeps it all in his head.
He's not just the writer or the director who's seeing this from the outside eye, he's also thinking about the player walking through this space. You know, only somebody who really, really loves not the work, but like these characters and these stories and cares about doing something meaningful would invest that much in it. And it's always inspiring to work with somebody who cares that much.
My experience with motion capture is this one. And I found it sort of terrifying in a way, because they said the computer's gonna build you. But then, as we got into it, I realized all the elements of it were still artistic. I just dipped into a really brilliant setup here. I've never seen anything like it. And this won't turn me into a product because I was playing a character. So, it's wonderful.
In the game, Detroit comes back because of a revolutionary industrial rebirth. And there's no reason why that can't happen in Detroit, because they have such tremendous infrastructure for millions and millions of people who can very easily support, you know, a new industry.
The city is really strong and resilient, but the city has also been through so much. You see the damage. But it takes that time of kind of rebuilding and reinvesting into the city that I think is happening slowly but surely.
The potential of Detroit as a city is something that this game does a lot of justice to, because it would be easy to look at Detroit as some place that used to be, and that's not the case.
This game provokes a lot of conversation and reflection on our potential near future engagement with machines.
That's what we are to them. Just merchandise on display in a shop window.
I think that a group that feels marginalized, feels like they deserve and have earned access to themselves and the environment around them, and are trying to figure out a way to articulate how to get freedom.
What was I designed to be? Their slave? Their toy?
It plays with your comfort levels. You think that this is fine, you're comfortable with it, until something blurs the line and throws you off, and now, do I feel differently about whether this should be allowed? Should it be banned? Should it be encouraged?
You're gonna ruin our lives, and for what? For a bunch of machines?
They are not machines! They are alive!
I'm alive! You're alive! They're nothing!
There are lots of comparable comparisons to any type of persecution of religion, race, etc., dating way back. It can't just be a video game where you shoot 'em up or where people make these choices to do whatever. I think that's the whole point. You have the choice, and you can either choose to go in one direction with your character or another. And I think that's going to be very telling about the gamer. Very telling.
I think there's going to be a really strong reaction to this game, which has such a strong perspective. I'm that much more proud of it now to get to be a part of it because it's important.
In this game, you're actively building and designing the character through not just what kind of shield does he have or what color hair does she have, but like their temperament and the way they deal with problems. The different endings to this game are so radically different based off maybe seemingly insignificant choices in the moment, but like life, they all add up. And can't play life again, though.
My name is Marcus.
My name is Connor.
My name is Kara. I am one of them. This is our story.
I think who Kara is, or how I would describe Kara, depends entirely upon who's playing her, because you have the option to make her multiple different people depending on the choices she makes. But I think she does start out incredibly naive, incredibly innocent, and kind of hapless.
I'm sure we used to be friends before I was reset. Maybe we can be friends again.
She's a person who's characterized, I think, by empathy. She's a person who really, she just comes from her heart.
You'll never leave me, right? Promise you'll never go.
I promise.
Kara, please! Are you okay? Are you hurt? Wait a minute! Leave her alone! Kara, leave her alone!
The really beautiful thing that I've had the gift to be able to do is to essentially build a person from the ground up, because that's what she's doing throughout the game. And with every experience she has and every person she meets, she's building, first emotions and then the sense of judgment. And it's sort of an exploration of what it is to be a human.
Don't worry. Luther and I will be right here.
David and the creators have painted a really intriguing and engaging picture of a near future where we rely upon androids for a lot of our service class business, the class that serves us, that helps us, that handles our baristas and our drivers and our housemaids. And what is humanity, where we tap into it, how and why we treat each other the way that we do. And my character Marcus has a really intriguing journey, becoming deviant, realizing that he actually has feelings and human qualities inside of him, and it's a really incredible ascension into becoming fully realized and coming to terms with what you actually deserve better than this in life. And not only do you want it for yourself, but you want it for your peers. We've come here to demonstrate peacefully and to tell humans that we are also living beings. All we want is to live free.
You know what? This thing, Dad, is not your son. It's a fucking machine!
I think that a group that feels marginalized, feels disenfranchised, feels like they deserve and have earned access to themselves and the environment around them, and are trying to figure out a way to articulate how to get freedom.
Connor is analytical. Connor takes things literally. He starts in the beginning place where he's very mechanical. He feels nothing inside, of course, and it's all just a system, a protocol that he is executing to get whatever he wants to happen, which is help humans stop deviants and to find the link between deviant androids.
You were designed to serve humans, not kill them! What was I designed to be? Their slave? Their toy?
Just say, I killed him! Is it that hard to say?
Stop it! Stop!
But of course, over the course of the story, and depending on the player's choices, Connor can grow in many different ways. He can deviate from that procedure or not.
The moment of truth, Hank. Am I a living being? Or just a machine?
Game after game, we try to challenge ourselves
For Detroit, we wanted to, first of all, to write a story that would be incredibly bending, which means the most non-linear story that we've ever created. And we wanted really the player to have the possibility to change the story, change his own journey.
When you're writing at Quantic, you're writing for an interactive medium. You know, when you're working in television, you'll put a character in a difficult situation, and you as a writing team will argue about what would that character do. But ultimately, you have to decide what happens, and you just show the audience. What's interesting about interactive drama is you bring the player into that conversation, and it changes your job slightly as a writer, because your job is to provide a narrative context in which the player can write his own story. You're giving him this kind of narrative Lego that he's going to snap together into his own shape. You also have the ability to make your audience attach themselves to your characters, because the audience is in some sense responsible for what happens to the characters.
It's just a few cans.
Come on, let's go. We have some cash now.
You used me to steal that money. How could you do that? I trusted you.
What is a bit specific about this scripts is how large they are. If you take a film script, there are about 100 pages, but here we have to deal with a script that is between 4,000 and 5,000 pages. Everything becomes bigger because we don't just tell one story, but we tell all the possible stories that can be told within this narrative space.
On Act 3, our final act, we have around 1,000 different scenarios, and every one of those scenarios has to be as interesting, as passionate, as strong, and as emotional for the player. We want every action that the player does, every interaction that is available to serve in telling the story, and help the player understand who his character is, and build that character moment to moment. We started with the intention pretty early on that we would never lie to the player. So we implemented a visible tree structure in the game that players can consult during a scene or at the end of it, which shows exactly what they did and what they missed. There are games out there offering world exploration. We offer narrative exploration.
You know, keeping control of such a wide and large story is a huge challenge. So same thing when you shoot with actors, because you will need to shoot many different versions of each dialogue, of each scene. For actors, it's a huge, huge challenge.
Because of the style of the game, you have so many different ways that the character can go. Every decision, it's what I call kind of choose your own adventure. Like every decision that the player makes, it's going to open up 40 more pages of material and experience that ties in, which means as a performer, you have to try to continue to make things feel real that the player might not ever see, but also that in performance, it's not always connected to a previous act. It's grueling, it's hard work, but it's a great team, and I enjoy doing it.
I was really frustrated. I was until I got to this point where I kind of was able to step outside of my own experience and even in a lot of ways my own process and be able to step outside of that and okay, this is something new. What do you need? How do I meet you there? How do I give you what you need and still feel like I'm doing what's right? And once I did that, then all of a sudden it got really fun. It was much freer, and having to approach it in a new way and think about the player and think about how it serves them and what I'm doing for them or what I'm letting them into. It's really, I think, helped me grow in general.
Remember, there's nothing on the left. That's a wall, so it's probably all there. And then make her come first, close. But I think you would go first to check that it's safe.
Okay, sure.
The most enjoyable thing about working in performance capture on this kind of project is that if I shot a film, I would get to do one of these endings. I get to do so many different things as Connor. Your head goes all over the place because you're trying to keep track of basically 4 different storylines for each different response.
What's the name of my dog?
Buddy? Scout. I think it's Jack. I can't remember. So I worked with physicality a lot because it was a good way to anchor myself in these different rings of the tree. As the story grows out, I know where that is physically in my body, and then I can switch more continually on set, and it'll be entirely up to the player to determine what order those things come out and what they look like from a distance. Like if you're playing through it, the culmination of all of that will be their version of Connor. I'm faster than you, and I don't feel pain. You don't stand a chance against me.
Listen, asshole. If it was up to me, I'd throw the lot of you in a dumpster and light a match to it.
Shooting action scenes at Quantic Dream is a real challenge, because these are scenes where the storytelling has to continue. It's not an action scene just to have a dose of adrenaline. The stunts have huge consequences on the rest of the story. It's really a moment where we implicate the player and tell him that the choices he makes during an action scene will have a direct impact on the evolution of his story.
My biggest challenge on Detroit has been managing the large number of animations that we received from motion capture. Detroit features more than 37,000 animations, which is a huge amount to handle on a daily basis.
You have to realize that the player, in his first playthrough, will miss certain scenes. This also means that we had to think of, conceive, and produce all the potential story paths. The characters' costumes, the places, day or night, the weather. Did the character get shot in the shoulder? Did he get injured? All this consistency forced us to produce a lot of graphic assets in order to, quite simply, allow the player to have true continuity throughout the story.
Honestly, we were even surprised by the challenges that come with such a big tree structure, and we did our best to guarantee quality across all the game and make sure that whatever path you choose within this narrative space, you will have an equally good experience.
Detroit Become Human was produced over a period of 4 years. Here in Paris, we have a team of about 180 people, and to that, we need to add also all the outsourcing with our partners in the Philippines, in China, Vietnam, and in India.
So when we started working on this story, I had to imagine where Kara was built. And for whatever reason, the city of Detroit came very quickly to my mind because it had already an incredible story by itself full of history and themes. So we traveled there with the team, and we were really moved by what we saw, and we could really feel the desire to fight and really be born again. And we just continued this curve, this growth, and just imagine what Detroit would be like if the android industry was, using these huge factories to build androids there.
A very strong element in Detroit is that there's a lot of industrial wasteland and a lot of nature too, and for us, the graphic designers, it was an incredible playground. The destroyed zones which we wanted to preserve, we appropriated them to turn into something else. Then in the areas that needed to be rebuilt, we were able to imagine our Detroit of the future. We didn't want to make a science fiction universe, but a world of anticipation. If we chose science fiction, we could have imagined flying cars, extraterrestrials, but those things are very far from our current everyday life. Anticipation is more about gleaning from our contemporary reality, the one we know, because Detroit is set in 2038, and 2038 is tomorrow. The difficulty we had was sticking to reality. That is to say, technology becoming more and more invisible, a lot more elegant, and at the same time, making it visual. So all the computer equipment, autonomous cars, we simply had to invent. They are in fact very technological objects, but at the same time remain very credible and ingrained in reality. To create a cohesive universe in the fashion and clothing of the human characters in 2038, I didn't want to put an accent on strange shapes, or really vibrant colors, and things we wouldn't know. That I wanted to keep for the androids. The goal was to create something familiar which we can identify with in this future setting. Working on the artistic direction for the androids was a bit special because this is a project about the place they could occupy in the human world. It was out of the question for them to be too beautiful or too perfect. They had to correspond to every social class, rich and poor. Inspired by everyday utilitarian clothes, I brought a modern touch by adding dynamic display surfaces, the armband we can see on the side, the triangle on the front and back, an LED. Like that, there's no confusion.
Wait. You're sending an android?
All right, ma'am. We need to go.
You can't do that. Why aren't you sending a real person?
Once we cast the actors, we travel to meet them in order to scan their faces. We record the structure of their face with the scan. And we record the colors and patches of skin with photography. Once we have this information, we will use this as a basis for modeling and creating the characters. The artist will make it more realistic, but will also enrich it. He will propose ideas which we will develop together. Finally, we will have a character with character who corresponds to the project and the world. When the actors come to Quantic Dream, we show them the design, what their image will be, and what they will look like in the game. This extra information gives them another dimension and color to connect with emotionally. It helps them think about how to play their character.
Your mission. That's all you care about, huh?
You should consult a professional who can help you.
Beat it, you hear me? Get the hell out of here!
So there are 3 types of shoots at Quantic Dream. Shooting and performance capture, where you capture the whole actor, his voice, his face, and his body. These shoots are obviously done with American actors because the game's original version is in American English. After that, there are the body-only shoots, representing around 250 days of filming, while the performance capture is 100 days of filming. Now, body-only shoots, there are 2 types. There are the action shoots and the technical shoots, which are mokit shoots. Mokit is when the player controls a character on the screen, and he moves in an environment to explore it. This is of particular importance at Quantic Dream, and therefore we shoot a lot to offer a unique context for each scene and each character.
To prepare a motion capture shoot, we first get together to look at the sets we need, the animations that we want to shoot, which ones need to be grouped together, or which ones need to be cut and shot at another time, so that we get the most out of the shooting day. This often means shooting scenes out of order, especially those with big props or accessories, like a big car, for example. So we shoot all the animations related to that particular prop first. The biggest challenge for the mocap team was shooting a Spider-Man mokit. We had to build a wall and attach an actor to a harness with cables so we could pull him up and render him climbing.
The shooting on this game took about, I would say, more than a year, maybe 1 and 2 years, with about 300 actors on set. So it's quite a massive production. But so much happened on this set between the stunts and the shootings with a little girl and all these great actors that we had. It was really a very, very memorable journey for the team and for myself.
Today, Detroit has over 37,000 animations. When we retrieve the motion capture data, it's just a cloud of points, which represent all the markers worn by the actors. From this cloud of points, we have a phase called retargeting, which gives us a skeleton. This skeleton will be applied to the characters of the game. There is still work to be done, but this gives us the main movements. Since we are working on something very realistic, we must recognize the actor and also recover all the emotion he expresses in his performance. We use a system of facts, an identity card for each actor. We make the actor do a whole range of facial expressions. Then we recover all the expressions and paste the animations on a puppet that Jan has prepared. I then recover and refine these poses. I might stretch the lip, reinflate a cheek, tiny details that make the finished product really capture the actor.
Because of the nature of our mocap system today, when we receive the animations, we're missing eye movements, and so the character has that dead look. He really has no eyes, so then it's a big part of the work for the animators to find the regard of the actor in relation to his position, in relation to the body, etc.
It was crazy when I saw the newest model for Kara, because they've been working on it, and this was the first time I literally jumped in my seat. It not only looked so much like me, it was the fact that it looked so lifelike. It wasn't that it looked just like it was a camera, it was something else, you know, but it looked alive. It's exciting, and it's kind of terrifying.
Game after game, we learned the rules of optics and filming, and our goal with Detroit Become Human was to have cameras that would actually emulate the optics of a real physical camera. So basically dealing with real-world imperfections was our main task, and just to make cameras look as real as we can.
Once the animations are shot and processed by the animation department, integrated and polished, we film them. That is to say, we really do a mise en scène, as in cinema. The real difficulty of our job is to know if these cameras are telling us something. Are they in the emotion of the scene? Do they describe exactly what the action must convey, what must be felt? The most important challenge for me was one of the final scenes where Marcus decides to start the revolution and go to the battlefield. Very quickly, we imagined this to be a huge sequence shot. We wanted the feeling of a cameraman running behind us, while showing Marcus, the androids who help him, the person shooting at us, etc. Above all, it was necessary to say to oneself, this scene is very violent but does not glorify war. On the contrary, that war is something improbable and absurd. It was really a fun challenge.
The idea was to say we have 3 characters. We would like each of them to have a specific cinematography. We wanted Kara to be much more filmed with some kind of handheld camera, to have something very living, very breathing. For Connor, we wanted something very cold and very perfect. And for Marcus, we wanted something epic and spectacular. So it was about the filming, but it was also about the photography. So we worked with a director of photography to give each character a different lighting, different key colors. Each of them would have their own worlds. And finally, we worked with the composers, so they would create a specific sound for each character, so each would have his own world and his own style.
For the soundtrack of the game, we tried to be very close to what is done in film. We were constantly asking at each place in the game, why are we putting music here? What is it going to say? So we focused the music on bringing emotion, which is interactive, and supports the character's arc.
I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know I love you, don't you? You know I love you.
We make games that are very narrative. We're really into interactive drama, so the soundtrack also had to go in that direction, supporting the 3 characters' very different stories. We really wanted 3 colors, 3 musical sound identities, and from there, having 3 composers made sense, since the story of Kara, Marcus, and Connor are all completely different.
You recognize him? It's Carlos Ortiz.
For Connor, we wanted a soundtrack that could be very cold and very mechanical, very machine-esque somehow. For Kara, we wanted a soundtrack that would be very moving and emotional. It was about the quest for identity, but it was also a journey about love and empathy. And for Marcus, we wanted something epic, something that would really represent the grand aspect of his quest. And we were very fortunate to find 3 incredibly talented composers, and working with them has been a dream, honestly.
My name's Philip Shepherd, and I'm a composer and a cellist and a producer. And today we're at Abbey Road Studio One, which is my favourite studio in the world. And today we're recording the soundtrack for Kara from Become Human. So when I compose a big project, I often travel just to kind of get out, you know, and get some fresh air and some inspiration. And I go hiking and traveling in Montana a lot. I had a log fire in the room that I was staying in, and the flames were kind of making absolutely direct music, and it became the basis for Kara's theme, and it sounds something like this. Now, over the top of that, I found a little theme that just seemed to fit over the top, which is taking Kara's name, Kara, and just using like a two-syllable motif, and it sounds like this.
We're going to pull through this, Alice. As long as we're together, nothing can hurt us.
And all the time that's fitting over. So it kind of works in lots of levels. And in fact, every single theme in the score has one of those elements built into it, and it becomes sort of the DNA of every single tune. For me, writing this theme for Kara, I actually had to tap into what it feels like to be a father to daughters. I really had to tap into everything I feel about my daughters. I'm thinking, well, if I had to write music for them and that sense of trying to protect them but also give them the freedom, that's totally where it came from. Because each composer has been given the sort of narrative responsibility for very different characters, I haven't had to sort of go into other styles. I can actually be very loyal to this particular character and sort of hopefully encapsulate her. But it means also I've suddenly become very connected to this character. And if for some reason it goes to game over early, I'm getting mortified, you know?
They're over there!
Starting a new project for me personally, it's always finding the right tone, finding the right color, I like to call it. For me, it's finding that right texture that actually sits against picture really well. One of the biggest things is I created custom instruments for Connor. I pulled out all my vintage synthesizers to be able to capture this robotic person, if you will. My approach to all of these custom instruments is that I hear the sound in my head. And either I could just come into the piano and just be like, all right, so I'm gonna just get on the computer and just create it. I rather be able to play these instruments physically.
Oh, that's nice. If you can do the
As soon as you see Connor the first time, there is a really interesting thematic idea that you hear, and that's just made out of a Moog synthesizer, but completely manipulated in multiple ways. And it's robotic. It has a little bit of an emotional to it. He's on his mission, so you feel that as well. So it just kind of gives you that cold, motionless, with a mission in hand that you kind of feel throughout the whole thing. Because the music evolved, one of the things that I was very weary and I was very kind of focused on was the way that the music has to evolve. So my idea behind it was that Connor is a singular android that could at any point become a deviant or could actually stay as an android. So I created a more or less an Connor theme, and then I was able to just manipulate it in different aspects of it.
Is everything okay, Lieutenant?
Chris was on patrol last night. He was attacked by a bunch of deviants.
I'm a human being writing for a robot. And throughout Connor's journey, he meets someone, he meets a partner. So how do you deal with a robot feeling? And I've met a partner that I'm gonna work with, or all of a sudden he sees a dead body. Does this robot have an imagination? Does this robot have a feeling? And if yes, how do you translate that into non-emotional music? So it basically at any point I was just like, I can't do this, I can't do this, and then I just do it.
Property was damaged and fires continue to rage in several major districts across the city.
Some people are asking, have androids become a threat to our security?
When I first started really digging in on Marcus, the one thing that I really tried to capture was the transformation process. You know, Marcus is this android that evolves over the course of the game and really goes from kind of figuring out that he's more than just an android. You know, he's starting to develop kind of a human soul in a way.
Try to imagine something that doesn't exist, something you've never seen. Now concentrate on how it makes you feel and let your hand drift across the canvas.
The other side of Marcus that I really latched onto was that he almost became a savior for a lot of the other androids in the game. So when I started developing the theme for Marcus, I really made it like a church hymn. I wanted it to be very simple. I wanted to make it a chordal melody. I really wanted to make it almost like a Bach hymn. The tough thing with that is it had to be recognizable. If I made it too complex from a harmonic standpoint, it would be hard, I think, for people to kind of pick it out and recognize it. It's very acoustic derived, but it's also been treated with a lot of effects and things to kind of put it into the space that I felt the sound should be in. It can be beautiful, it can be haunting, it can be extremely powerful from an action standpoint, and I'm really happy with the way it turned out. The music is there, but it's subliminal and it's emotional, and people are feeling it, and it's not distracting. And that's tricky with a game like this, where you have to have a lot of ins and outs like that, where the music kind of has to get in and out of these moments.
This is a war we're fighting with the humans. If we fail, they'll destroy us.
I think the game's been put together so well where I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't ruining the emotion. I gotta be honest, when we first started on this path, I've said, oh man, this could be pretty messy, you know? I mean, it could feel disconnected, but I mean, it's amazing how they really guided us and got us to really kind of all be in the same world, but at the same time feeling completely different. So it's really gonna stand out and kind of be one of those games where people are really gonna notice the music and kind of how it was crafted, and you know, and all the hard work that went into being able to pull it off in a graceful way.
For starters, what should I call you?
I'm Chloe. And you, what's your name?
Oh, John. My name is John.
Delighted to meet you, John.
Could you tell us a little about yourself and what you can do, Chloe?
Of course. I'm the first personal assistant built by CyberLife. I take care of most everyday tasks like cooking, housework, or managing your appointments, for example.
And I understand you're the first android to have passed the Turing test. Could you tell us a little more about that?
I really didn't do much, you know. I just spoke with a few humans to see if they could tell the difference between me and a real person. But it was a really interesting experience.
But this is the first time in history that man has created a machine more intelligent than himself. I gather your brain can perform several billion operations per second, is that right?
Absolutely, but I only exist thanks to the intelligence of the humans who designed me. And you know, they have something I could never have.
Really? And what's that?
A soul.
Hold on just a little while longer. Hold on just a little while longer. Hold on just a little while longer. Everything will be alright. Everything will be alright. Fight on just a little while longer. Fight on just a little while longer. Fight on just a little while longer. Everything will be alright. Everything will be alright. We will sing on just a little while longer. Sing on just a little while longer. Sing on just a little while longer. Everything will be alright.
Rock-a-bye baby in the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. And down will come baby, cradle and all. Rock-a-bye baby in the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. And down will come baby, cradle and all. Rock-a-bye baby in the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. And down will come baby, cradle and all.
In the space of a few years, androids have completely transformed the world in which we live. By letting androids into our homes and factories, the CyberLife company has made them everyday technology. The founder of CyberLife, Elijah Kamsky, is a very discreet man. Despite being the CEO of the highest valued company in the world and being voted Man of the Year by Century Magazine, he remains a mystery for most people. That's why we at KNC are so excited to be here as CyberLife opens its doors for the first time. Elijah Kamsky, could you please tell us where we are?
Certainly, and welcome. We're currently in CyberLife's production center in Detroit, where all models are designed and manufactured. More than 10,000 androids come off the production line every day.
Fascinating. Could you tell us what your goal was when you founded CyberLife?
Well, I simply wanted to use technology to carry out all of our most annoying and repetitive tasks, so we'd have more time to enjoy life.
I imagine you must have faced many challenges.
Yes, there were technical challenges, but the hardest thing was to design an object that we would want to welcome into our homes. We had to imagine a machine in our own image that resembles us in every way, that moves, breathes, blinks like us, but yet is smarter and more capable than any human being. Let me show you around.
We're here in Production Unit 4. Could you explain in a few words how the androids are made?
Sure, yeah, it's very simple. We use machines to manufacture machines. The removable parts are assembled on a production line, and then we apply a synthetic skin to the whole body. A human operator checks the cognitive abilities with a pre-established protocol, and finally, the android is conditioned and sent out throughout the country. Here's the result. Say something.
Hello, I am a RZ400 model. How can I be of service?
You can go now. Our androids are already replacing humans in many fields. For example, they represent more than 80% of all university professors and 63% of all medical staff. Tomorrow they'll replace our soldiers, and who knows, maybe one day, our leaders, to make the best decisions in humanity's interest. Come on.
Replacing humans with machines has led to record unemployment of 28%. What do you think about the situation?
Okay. The first steam engines also caused an increase in unemployment. But no one today would imagine turning back the clock. Artificial intelligence makes everyday lives easier. Nothing can stop progress. What's happening here is inevitable.
These days, more and more people choose to live with an android rather than another human being. Does this development worry you?
Everything's much easier with an android. They obey your orders without ever complaining. They can cook, discuss philosophy with you, have intimate relationships according to your desires. They never say no. Obviously, they are the perfect partner. Everyone deserves happiness. Why deprive yourself of so-called moral reasons when a machine can make you happy?
Many science fiction books tell the story of how machines become more intelligent than us and end up confronting us. Aren't you worried about that possibility?
I understand the irrational fears about artificial intelligence, but I assure you that will never happen with a CyberLife android. They're designed to obey humans. They're machines. They can't ever develop any sort of desires or a form of consciousness.
Are you sure?
I'm absolutely certain. You can trust me.
Right. I was staying quiet because we were watching the videos. Now we can, with the rest of our bonus points, we can check artworks, gallery, magazines. I don't know if I will check the soundtrack, but You will see. First, we will begin with the artworks. First scene and corner is different models. And the android standing on the cliff, on the edge of the building. The cops and the policemen's weapons. A shop. Home of this bad bastard. So that's what the child was supposed to look at the beginning of the game? That's Alice from before? Wow. He made a crazy dress up. She doesn't even look like anything like she is today. How many packs are there? Oh, a lot. Pack 2. The city of Detroit, when we were first with Marcus. The shop where we bought the paint for Carl. We went back to Carl, entered his house and explored it. Woke him up with breakfast. Drew something in his garage. Made him enjoy the day. And then we went into town. No, Connor went into town to look for Hank. And we have were our first crime, Carlos Ortiz. We were successful in finding the one. And I think we also solved it. That's what I remember. His son? I don't really... oh wait, it's Leo. I think it's Leo. Marcus, different designs. Policeman, I think. Yeah, a policeman. That Carlos, the one who died. Medicine or a scientist. Hank, that's what Hank was supposed to look at the beginning? What? Okay. Tripoli Police Department. Howler's desk and Hank's desk. Huh? Who is this one? Is that... oh, that... oh, wait. That could be, different models for Amanda. Yeah, definitely. So before the game was released, she wasn't planned to be a... I don't want to be, know what I mean? Yeah, she was white colored. So she had a different color. Interesting. Policemen's Paula and Hank in argue. And Kara and Alice searching for a place to sleep. Washing saloon. Top, where we stole the money. We didn't use the old destroyed car, luckily. Where we went into the motel. Alice could sleep well until they got interrupted by the police and Connor. That's Kara. Okay. Holy shit, they really look different. Alice looks like a different girl than Kara as well. Ah, yeah, I see. The scrapyard, the android scrapyard. Where we escaped with Marcus. Town. Next investigation, where we found about RA9 with Connor and Hank. Huh? And the traffic race. I still can't imagine how I survived this. It was too crazy. Marcus? His biocomponents? Hmm? The chicken hut where Hank ordered something. It's a bad hamburger. Our next investigation. Where we found the deviant but saved Hank because we wanted to build up a friendship. Our chase. Detroit Field and Sky. Ferndale Station. Wait, isn't that sign? I'll show you. Oh, I can't. Do you see the one-way shield? Isn't it actually called one-way and not way one? Right above the car. Left to the yellow square dead end. Lol? Way one? That's a bit weird. Oh yeah, markers and searching for the symbols. To find Jericho. The creepy Jericho inside until we found some friends. Hmm? Oh, Slatko's house. Yeah. Creepy. I still have bad memories about this. It's so crazy. About the bastard who killed so many androids and tricked them into his house. It's, the bear who saved us. I think without the bear, it would have been much harder for us to escape. That's what I think. Or maybe even impossible, because he was actually aiming at us and I couldn't press any button to defend myself, and the bear made his became the attraction. Yeah, I think it wasn't even possible, but I'm not sure. I never played every part of the game. I can only tell you from what I have seen, but it seems like it wasn't possible without the bear. So I'm happy I found it. Are those OTs? And Connor looking for Hank. There he was, and not awake. The Eden Club, yesterday's beginning stream, so yep, that's where we started yesterday. So yeah, now on the weekend stuff. The stuff of this weekend. Oh, wait, they are still androids. Yeah. But I must say, yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, what is going on here? Let's skip this right away. Okay, character models for the ones of Jericho. Cops. Cyberlife stuff. Again, Blue Blood. And some kind of machine. The Pirate's Cove, where we found shelter and met these friendly androids. They looked creepy first, but they were friendly. Unfair. Redford Tower, where we climbed it up with these ropes together with North. And I went in. Looking for a way to send a message to the people that we want to be free. And Connor and Amanda are in the park. Cops again. Androids. Jericho. Again. A black android model. And Hank holding the gun on Connor's face. You know why I think I will not check the music on stream. I think the music could be copyrighted, especially if if I'm listening to full tracks. If it's on game, I don't think so, because they are shorter and sometimes cut off. If I listen them completely, I think I get problems, and I definitely don't want this stream to be offline forever. For you to watch, so it would be bad. So I guess it's best if we do not listen to the music. Even though I would do it. I would like to do it, but it's better if we do not. The attack on the store. Then where we pulled together all these androids in the town and prepared our first march. And we became aggressive and tried to stop the police with aggression, but it was the wrong decision. First, the people hated us, but on our second march, which is, I guess, coming after this, we were respected and also sympathized. Hank and Connor meeting him. Chloe. And Connor back at Amanda's house and searching for evidences on Jericho. What's this? Our base inside of Jericho. Us preparing for the second march and the attack on the ship, and for us the explosion of the ship to save everybody who was still alive. Humans are very bad. I mean, we didn't even do something on the ship and they just shoot at us with no reason. Cyberlife Tower. The Android boot camp, which reminded me of German times. Around about 80 years ago. I will not give any other evidences, but it was nearly 100% like this before. You know, if you think about it, you know what I mean. Very, very, very sad. I hope this will never happen in the real world. Never again. It was terrible what happened back then, and I hope it will never return. Marcus the Freedom Fighter. US Army. Yeah, and that's it. Soundtrack is something I will skip. And I will look on the gallery. Why can't I buy some other things? Huh? Okay. Connor is a prototype named the RK-800, created by CyberLife. Its initial goal is to assist human detectives in their investigations by offering them technological assistance. He is also equipped with a social module, which is specifically developed to create the ideal partner, capable of integrating into any team. The Connor model includes a physical simulation software based on the analysis of elements of the crime scene. He can thus reconstruct past events by cross-checking the evidence at his disposal. It is also the first model to offer the analysis of biological evidence in real time, either by direct sampling and ingestion of samples. The first time a Connor model was used in real-life conditions was part of the investigations on deviants. No date has been given regarding its use by police forces on a larger scale. There are 100? No way, I can't read them all. There's even this. I will read the most interesting one, okay? I will buy them all, but I will not read them all. Deriving from the rock dove, the domesticated or urban pigeon can weigh an average between 1.3 and 1.5 kilos and have a lifespan of 5 to 10 years. The phobia of birds, which Lieutenant Anderson has self-diagnosed, is known as ornithophobia. What the heck is going on here? Okay, yeah, Luther. Android specialized outfits. Android. Oh, it's not Luther. I thought it would be Luther. I mean, if it is Luther, I will only read them on the ones interesting for us. Okay? I think that's a deal. Connor infiltration. As a last attempt at solving the deviant investigation, Connor disguised himself as a deviant for the purposes of infiltrating Jericho and confronting the deviant leader. Hank Anderson is a 53 years old police officer. Valedictorian of his police academy, he quickly distinguished himself through courage and intellect, solving many difficult investigations. Though he looked set for a brilliant career in the Detroit police force, he suffered some kind of cruel setback. Anderson slowly sank into alcoholism and an unpredictable, even suicidal state of mind, which earned him multiple warnings and disciplinary penalties. Always respected and regarded highly by his former colleagues, who know what a brilliant officer he was, but also feared for his bad temper and dry humor, Edison seems to just want to be left in peace. He has little esteem for humanity in general, preferring the company of his dog. Antisocial, he only ventures out to frequent sleazy bars. One last detail, he hates androids. Hank was never the snappiest dresser on the force. In the comfort of his own home, he prefers to let it all hang out. Having started out as a beat cop on Detroit Street, he knows the winters are cold and pitiless. This winter coat may have seen better days, but it gets the job done. Kara is an AX400 model marketed in 2032 by CyberLife. The AX400 is designed to take care of the housework and look after young children. They can speak 300 different languages, cook more than 9,000 dishes, help children with their homework, and play with them. This model is highly popular because of its ability to get along with young children. After technical difficulties on the assembly line, which should have led to her disassembly, Kara was sent to a store where she was quickly sold for the first time. She was then resold and changed hands several times before being purchased by a certain Todd Williams. The name Kara is thought to have been given to her by Alice, but it is quite possible that it was Kara who first whispered this name to Alice. Having been damaged, following what Todd described as a stupid accident, Kara was sent for repairs several times, where her memory was reset on each occasion. Priority number 1 for any deviant on the run: get out of that android uniform. With no money and no opportunity to go shopping, Kara has to make do with what she can find. Having finally found some respite from the cold, Kara can finally get out of those thick winter clothes. Maybe now she can allow herself to get comfortable. With Zlatko turning out to be not what he seems, Kara once again needs to brace herself for Detroit's savage winter cold. Kara is an AX400 model marketed in 2032 by CyberLife. The AX400 is designed to take care of the housework. We already read that. Oh. Alice is Todd Williams' little girl. Aged 9, she has lived along with her father since her mother left. She seems timid and lonely, living like a shadow in the big house where the oppressive presence of her father lurks. Sad and silent, she takes refuge in novels, which she devours, whilst holding Timothy, her stuffed fox, which she takes everywhere. When Kara returns to the house after being repaired, the little girl seems strangely distant. Escaping from Todd was only the beginning for Alice. Now came the challenge of surviving on the cold streets of Detroit. What Alice went through at Zlatko's house doesn't bear thinking about. She has faith in Kara. Things are bound to get better. Alice is an YK500 model designed by CyberLife to simulate the look, behavior, and needs of a child. The first model, marketed in 2033, was an immediate commercial success that has continued to this day. How horrible! To the point that the very significant decline of the human birth rates are largely attributed to the success of this range. Particularly advanced, the YK models are able to simulate the symptoms of several childhood illnesses on top of cold, fever, but can also replicate pain, sadness, joy, as well as other classic childlike behaviors. Their LEDs can even be deactivated to maintain the perfect illusion. As soon as Kara saw Alice, she obviously knew she was an android, but something in her decided to ignore reality so she could become the mom that Alice had always dreamed of. Luther is a TR-400 model designed for strength and endurance. Specialized in moving heavy loads, commercial applications include laboring, docking, and general haulage. Luther doesn't remember much about his time before Zlatko. Like the other machines, unlucky enough to find themselves in Zlatko's workshop. Luther was modified to serve as a personal assistant, security, and muscle for Zlatko's operation. Having served for Zlatko ruthlessly, something changed when Luther met Kara and Alice. He disobeyed Zlatko and embarked on the life of a deviant, choosing to spend his newfound freedom protecting his friends on their journey. Todd is a former taxi driver who lost his job when self-driving cars became popular in 2021. So, last year. He then became a laborer, then a bouncer and security guard, only for androids to replace human labor in each of these fields too. For several years he has been working odd jobs here and there, including dealing red eyes, a powerful methamphetamine what a horrible word, as part of a small drug trade around the neighborhood to pay for his own addiction. Arrested several times for drug trafficking and also for violent misdemeanors, Todd lives in a modest suburban home with his small daughter Alice and an android named Kara. Since his wife left him, Todd dwells in his memories and his hatred for androids, who he blames for his sad predicament. Rose lives with her son Adam on a small farm in the suburbs of Detroit. When her husband died suddenly of an aggressive cancer, Rose had no choice but to fend for her son and herself, continuing to operate the small family farm to meet their meager needs. Rose also helps deviants seeking to cross the border, seeking them as slaves, fleeing oppression who must be protected at all costs. Adam is Rose's son and lives with his mother on a small farm in the suburbs of Detroit. After dropping out of school, he devotes all his time to the small farm whilst searching for better employment, with little hope. Adam was particularly affected by the death of his father, which he still hasn't forgotten over. Although he loves his mother, he does not understand why she puts both of them in danger to help those he considers only machines. Let me actually check what the other things do. What are magazines? Don't tell me they are books. Oh! It's them we already read. So we missed so many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 pieces. Okay. And we can spend the rest on our skins. Good. Marcus is a prototype gifted by Elijah Kamsky to his friend and celebrated pattern painter Carl Manfred after Manfred lost the use of his legs. He was initially developed as part of CyberLife secret program aimed to at elaborating a new generation of autonomous androids. Marcus helps the old man in all everyday tasks, but mostly provides companionship. After his accident, Manfred became loose and stopped painting. Marcus' presence helped him gradually regain a taste for life. A special relationship slowly grew between the old man and the android. Initially only seeing Marcus as a sophisticated yet stupid machine, Ultimately, Manfred cultivated an attachment to Marcus which flourished into a father-son relationship. Unconditionally devoted to his master, Marcus heeds his advice, studies literature and music, listens to the old man philosophize about the world and his warnings about the danger it holds. Hey, Fultranix, yeah, why do you ask? Maybe you hear maybe because you hear my accent? When in a private residence, androids are permitted to be out of uniform and dressed however their owners choose. Carl likes to see Marcus in human clothing, as if he were part of the family. What? I didn't press B. Come on. God. Having been critically damaged, Marcus was thrown out with the rest of the disused and disposed machines. Literally putting himself back together again took a huge act of will and some salvaged parts. Back from the dead, Marcus disguised himself as a human and took the streets of Detroit in search of Jericho. Marcus' infiltration of the Stratford Tower was planned down to the smallest detail, including his formal suit that wouldn't look out of place in a glossy corporate reception. The second phase of Marcus' plan required him to pose as a maintenance android, buying him time and cover to gain access to the upper floors of Stratford Tower. The night Marcus people raided CyberLife stores all over the city is a night their people will remember. Not everybody in Jericho believed in Marcus' daring plan to stage an android march through the streets of Detroit, but all agree that everything changed after that day. Marcus has come a long way since his days in service of Karl Manfred. With the fate of his people resting on his shoulders, Marcus must guide the revolution through its final hours. Karl Manfred is an internationally renowned painter who became the leading figurehead of the neo-symbolist movement in the 2020s. Wait. I thought it was COVID on 2020, so there was no neo-symbolist movement. Joking. His unique talent makes him one of the most in vogue artists, and many of his paintings are sold for hundreds of millions of dollars. Manfred divides critics, some seeing him as the greatest genius since Bacon, or Bacon, other thinking he has no talent whatsoever. Original and provocative in his art, Manfred also led a subversive lifestyle. All the celebrities with mad, bad and dangerous reputations flocked to his parties. It was during this period that a short-term fling produced his son, Leo, a child he acknowledges but with whom his relationship is difficult. After a terrible accident that deprived him of the use of his legs, Manfred withdrew from the world for several years and sank into a deep depression. Thanks to the android offered by his friend Kamsky, Carl gradually returned to the world and discovered the desire to paint. Being a famous and admired painter comes with certain obligations. Attending boring parties full of high society pretenders is one of them, but even the worst party in the world couldn't have prepared Carl for what happened after he got home. North is a WR400 model marketed by CyberLife under the name of Tracy. This is a model reserved exclusively for authorized clubs selling the charms and company of androids, including the famous chain Eden Club. North is ready to make any sacrifice in the name of the android cause. Fueled by a profound hatred towards humans, for personal reasons related to her past, she dreams only of her people's freedom, whatever the price. When Marcus laid out his plan to infiltrate the Stratford Tower, he knew he would need an accomplice. There was only one woman for the job. After so long huddled in the dark with the Jericho refugees, North was only too happy to step out into the Detroit streets and try to liberate some of her people. North always had reservations about Marcus' plan to march through the streets of Detroit, but once Marcus had decided to step out, North couldn't let her people go alone. Simon is a PL600 model, just like Daniel, designed to be a family domestic assistant. Nobody really knows what led Simon to Jericho, and he himself has never explained it. He is one of the oldest members of the group when Marcus arrives in Jericho, and as such, his opinion is respected and listened to by everyone. Simon knew that infiltrating Detroit's Stratford Tower and broadcasting a message to humanity would be dangerous, but he was prepared to take the risk for the cause. We could have seen this image, but sadly we killed Simon during the story yesterday, so we didn't have the ending we actually wanted to have, sadly. Josh is a PJ500 model, a series designed by Cyberlife to serve as university lecturers. The first models supplied in 2031 were specialized in teaching languages and history, before new models also qualified in mathematics and physical sciences. After being violently attacked by drunken students, Josh narrowly managed to escape to Jericho. Calm and composed, Josh is convinced of the possibility of a peaceful solution with the humans. Well, while North was skeptical about the plan to march through the streets of Detroit, Josh fully supported Marcus' decision. When the moment of crisis came, Josh stayed true to his pacifist principles. Amanda is the handler of the Connor series, responsible for investigating the Deviant issue on behalf of Cyberlife. Connor reports to her through a graphic interface, allowing them to stay in constant contact. If Amanda is an advisor and guide for Connor in his investigations, she also has the power to deactivate him at any time. Yeah. And Kamsky is the founder of Cyberlife and the scientist behind the technology that made androids possible. With an IQ of 171, he launched his business straight after graduating from Colbridge University. Following a few difficult years, he achieved a tremendous breakthrough by creating the first android to pass the Turing test in 2022. Cyberlife rapidly moved into mass production of its first models, to tremendous success, which led the company's storming market capitalization after a few short years. Kamsky is the iconic figure of Cyberlife, elected twice Man of the Year and Man of the Century by Century magazine. Quickly became the richest man in the world with a net worth of $120 billion. That's not that much. Look at Elon Musk. In 2028, Kamsky was dismissed by Cyberlife's executive board for mysterious reasons. No one knows what has become of him, but rumor has it that he may have retired to live among his own creations. President Christina Warren was elected for her first term in 2036. The unusual profile of the candidate, a celebrity adored and despised on social media, in equal measure led to an extremely close election that divided the country profoundly. Her critics criticized her for being close to certain business circles, particularly Cyberlife. Warren has presided over a polarizing economy. Tax revenues and GDP are at record levels, with androids generating huge amounts of wealth and improving productivity beyond anything imagined in the 2020s. In the 20th century, but it has been criticized for allowing unemployment to skyrocket, leading to a lost generation of American workers. In a situation of international tensions like which the world hasn't seen for over a century, her inexperience frightens some observers and prompts for fear for global stability, especially in light of deviant threat to national security. Chomsky iterated on his famous Chloe models many times, refining and improving, but he professed to spend his time with the original design, very first to pass the Turing test. Chloe is a model ST200, the first model to have been manufactured industrially by Cyberlife. Her immense commercial success laid the foundation for Cyberlife's empire and made its creator Elijah Chomsky the most revolutionary figure of this era. The Chloe models, although not as sophisticated as more recent designs, remain widespread. The natural charm and excellent software penned by Chomsky himself make them sociable and pleasant company. Daniel is a PL600 model designed to be a family's personal assistant. He is in charge of the house and kitchen maintenance, as well as supervising children during homework and games. PL600 sold very well in the year of its commercialization, but was quickly overtaken by newer and better models and is now in a period of irreversible market decline. The one we killed in the first mission. Bob? Captain Allen is a senior member of the Detroit Police Department's Special Weapons and Tactics Unit. The squad he leads has been called to neutralize an android who took a little girl hostage. Jimmy is the owner of Jimmy's Bar in Detroit, a popular spot for local residents and Lieutenant Hank Anderson's second home. Frequented by a number of unsavory characters, a recent case of red ice trafficking led to the closure of the bar a few years ago. As Jimmy puts it, I just serve beers. The rest is none of my business. Jimmy hates androids and he is very proud that his bar is android-free. Ben Collins is a veteran police officer who joined the force a few years after Lieutenant Anderson, whom he values and respects highly. Ben is a model officer, serious, helpful, experienced, and appreciated by all his colleagues. Without great ambition, he is quietly waiting for his retirement with professionalism and good humor. Chris Miller is a young police officer from Detroit, fresh from the academy. He is rigorous, dedicated, and has a great professional and personal respect for Lieutenant Hank Anderson. Chris has just become a father to a little boy named Damien. Aww. Captain Jeffrey Fowler is the police captain of a Detroit Police Department, Post 9667. Classmate to Lieutenant Anderson, continued to climb the ladder to the position of captain while Anderson drowned in his personal problems. Constantly in a bad mood and a real authoritarian, Fowler is also a respected captain and is appreciated by his men who knew they can count on him. He's also a faithful friend who, despite Hank's outbursts, continues to do what he can to cover Hank's back. Faced with the deviant android investigation, Fowler hopes it will be the case that finally forces Anderson to react and revert to the cop he once was. Gavin Reed is a detective in the Detroit Police Department, ambitious and unapologetically arrogant. He has garnered the hatred of his colleagues in record time. Ruthlessly ambitious, Reed will do anything to advance his career, even if it means treading on other people's toes. His hostility to Lieutenant Anderson is common knowledge. Special Agent Richard Perkins is one of the top-ranked FBI agents. He never quits a case, never shows any emotion, and is known for his unwavering determination. Nicknamed the Jackal due to his icy temperament, lacking sense of humor, and his solitary nature, he is hated by most of his colleagues. On the other hand, his superiors consider him a reliable and efficient agent, which leads him to being entrusted with the most delicate of cases which nobody other than him would want. When the deviant affair breaks out and the FBI sends one of his agents, there's no question, Perkin is the right man for the job. Ooh. Hi. How are you doing? Carlos Ortiz is the unemployed resident of 6413 Pine Street, Detroit. He has a criminal record for theft and public disorder. He spent several days in a psychiatric hospital in 2033 and 36 and lived as a recluse until his landlord found his body with 28 stab wounds. The second-hand android who lived with him is suspected of his murder. HK400 is one of the first androids designed to be household assistants. This particular model was bought secondhand by Carlos Ortiz in 2036. He's suspected of murdering his owner under circumstances which still remain mysterious. Pedro was born to an Afghan father and a Mexican mother. This is one version of his backstory, which varies lightheartedly from day to day. He was born in Detroit and quickly fell into petty crime, specifically illegal gambling and fraud. He has a small reputation in the neighborhood, where his friends appreciate his good humor, his indeterminate accent, and his famous hot tips on the next horse race. Hi. Sumo is a St. Bernard belonging to Lieutenant Anderson. An adult male, he weighs 170 pounds and is 29 inches at the shoulder. Despite his fearsome size, Sumo is a gentle giant. They say dogs resemble their owners, and Sumo is no different. Gruff, big, powerful, and intimidating, Sumo's fearsome exterior makes a sweet, loyal, and sober nature. Hi. Tracy is a WR400 model working in Detroit's Eden Club. He's a deviant who has fallen in love with the blue-haired Tracy, with whom she tries to escape. Tracy is a WR400 model working in Detroit's Eden Club. He's a deviant, and after murdering a violent client, she decides to run away with another Tracy whom she fell in love with. Kidding me? Mistreated androids are more likely to turn deviant than most, and no android models have endured more mistreatment than the WR400s. that come to Jericho seeking a new life. Rupert is a WB200 model especially designed for outdoor and agricultural work, meeting demand for farming, gardening, and landscaping duties in private residences. While working for Detroit Urban Farms, situated on the roof of a building in the city, Rupert is suddenly panicked with another android is a victim to an accident in front of his eyes. He flees without understanding what is happening to him, knowing only that he will never be able to resume his previous life. With stolen money, he acquires false papers and moves to an abandoned apartment near the urban farms. He lives in the midst of the thousands of birds that he feeds, taking solace in their company. The JB300 models were designed to be electronic operators of all types. They are particularly widespread in the areas of surveillance, film, and television production. The television channel KNC has acquired several dozen models to manage its video production. As if Ralph hadn't suffered enough at the hands of humans, he was captured along with countless other deviants and brought to the same center as Kara for destruction. Ouch. Zlatko. Zlatko is the descendant of an aristocratic Russian family who fled the country at the same time of the revolution in 1917. The family fortune was severely depleted in a few generations, resulting in a large house falling into ruin and the memory of Zlatko's family, glorious past being the only thing left to his name. Having led a troubled and degenerate life, quickly squandered what was left of his legacy and spent a few years in jail for embezzlement and fraud. A dark and disturbing character, Zlatko has always been passionate about androids. He buys them at a cheap price, then has fun repairing or improving them by altering their psychology. Their physiology. He attracts deviants by making them believe that he helps them to escape, which is just a trap to capture new prey and have more parts to create new creatures. Asshole. The URS-12 is one of the series of models from 2030. It is developed by CyberLife to recreate extinct or endangered species. The aim was to equip zoos, particularly in large cities, to allow children discover animals that no longer existed. Leatherback turtles, several species of great apes, elephants, and polar bears were produced rapidly with particular care in reproducing the smallest details in appearance and behavior of wild animals. One of these bears was purchased secondhand by Zlatko as part of his many experiments. Jerry is an EM400 model, specially designed for children's entertainment in amusement parks. Commercialized from 2028 in many attractions, it quickly replaced all human employees as it is versatile and perfectly adapted to being in contact with children who adore this model for its relentless good mood. Brought to the camp for destruction, like every other captured android in Detroit, Jerry was reunited with Kara. Despite his ordeal, Jerry had lost none of his warmth and kindness. Why did this happen? It's not that much anymore. We can do the rest. Come on. But I think I will not be able to buy everything, sadly. Isaac is the bus controller of the ABCD, Automatic Bus Company of Detroit. The buses of all major US cities gradually became entirely automatic from 2026 onwards. The controllers intervene at the terminus to check that there are no passengers left aboard and perform final checks before the bus returns to the depot. Ethan is an art history student at the University of Detroit. To finance his studies, he works at night in a 24-hour convenience store on the Detroit suburbs. The owner is suspicious of androids and prefers giving his money to humans rather than paying a fortune for one of those lousy machines. Is there anyone else we want to hear? Definitely. I mean, I think I will not be able to see everything. 4,000 means about 6 is 900. 18 is 2,700. 24 will be 3,600. There will not be that much. Or 3,700 and no 3,600. There are also not much left, but yeah, okay, there's nobody else. Oh wait, this one definitely. Leo is the only son of famous painter Carl Manfred, born of a short but passionate flying thing with a young groupie. Leo was initially raised by his mother, who got a large pension to take care of him. Manfred recognized his paternity at the birth, but it was only when Leo was 16 that they saw each other again. The old man, lost in doubt, confronted by his demons through facing the angry young man. Their embryonic relationship quickly changed when Manfred realized that his son was hooked on red eyes. Tension grew, leaving Manfred profoundly angry and disappointed at Leo's every visit, forcing him to realize that he couldn't be the father he wanted to be. Joseph is the night receptionist at Eastern Motel, a modern establishment on the outskirts of Detroit. He has held down this job since 2018, and in 20 years, he has seen all kinds of customers and weird people. Nothing surprises him anymore. His greatest pleasures in life are listening to Motown LPs and spending time with his little girl Tiana. Like Andy, many androids try to make the dangerous journey north to cross the Canadian border. Like Andy, many lose other deviants they love along the way. Gordon Penrick is a Detroit preacher who gives a sermon every Sunday in his church on the topic of how androids have perverted our human society. For him and a growing community of believers, technology is the instrument of the devil, sent not to liberate man, but to enslave him. He preaches again eagerly for the awakening of sinners, that they realize the mistake they are making before it's too late. Douglas was a site manager at a construction firm in Detroit, before losing his job when all his company's laborers were replaced by androids, leaving no use for human supervision. Living off odd jobs, he comes every afternoon to sell hot dogs and drinks in the Greek town district to make ends meet. Lucy is a KL900 model specially adapted for providing social care. She was designed to help broken families, victims of intense trauma, or psychologically disturbed individuals. After being violently assaulted by a psychotic patient, Lucy was left for dead. Despite a severely damaged skull, she managed to come around and save herself. And she remembered an android who told her about Jericho. Whilst tending to Jericho's androids as best she can, he is gradually realizing that her psychological simulation model allows her to pre-compute upcoming events, offering her glimpses into the future. Scary. Some androids were discarded so long ago and have degenerated so much that it's impossible to tell what their original function was. Marcus encountered Phileas in a dump of disused androids. Clearly deviant, Phileas recognized deviancy in Marcus also and urged him to find Jericho, a place where our kind live in freedom before shutting down permanently. Rosanna Cartland is the anchor broadcaster of KNC News, America's most watched TV news station. Michael Brinkley is the anchor broadcaster of CTN News, America's oldest mainstream TV news station. Michael Webb is a TV anchor for Channel 16, Detroit's local news network. Josh Douglas is a freelance field reporter who produces video reports for different news channels. Detroit Police Department's Special Weapons and Tactics Unit, also known as DPD SWAT, is a specially trained task force adept in the use of assault weapons and tactics in diffusing dangerous situations and neutralizing armed suspects. The Detroit Police Department is among the best equipped and most highly trained forces in the Michigan state area. Okay, now we get to the not that much interesting characters. A CSI officer who utilizes the latest technology to investigate crime scenes. CyberLife's waterside warehouse might not be the most secure location in the world, but millions of dollars worth of parts pass through the facility every week. Private security is a must. CyberLife leased this pre-existing but disused warehouse in 2022, so this year, lol, after the company rapidly expanded its distribution chain. Company security has patrolled the area ever since. A security officer of Stratford Tower, where Channel 16 news channels is located. CyberLife has at its disposal its own private security forces to protect its Detroit headquarters, where its research center and main production facilities are located. Paradoxically, while CyberLife has many models for guarding or maintaining order, its own security forces are exclusively comprised of humans as the revolution erupts. CyberLife security, fearing a deviant attack, has retreated into CyberLife's headquarters, ready to defend its warehouses against any assault of infiltration. A human combat unit of the US Army. Beginning in 2032, the US Army, like most of the world's military, has replaced a rising number of humans with androids. More than 80% of combat units were quickly compromised of SQ-800 androids. The objective was to be able to replace human soldiers with machines, so as to limit human losses in the event of conflict. Androids also have the advantage of never becoming tired nor hungry, being well disciplined and not experiencing fear, providing a decisive advantage in combat. As the deviant revolution reached its climax, the army immediately neutralized all of its android soldiers to avoid any risk of a rebellion. All of the remaining combat units at the time of the revolution are therefore exclusively human, weakening the country's defense severely in the context of imminent world war. CyberLife androids have revolutionized the economy and transformed American society. Nowhere are they more prevalent than the streets of Detroit, the home of CyberLife and global center of the android industry. Oh! Achievement! Nice. When androids first entered the market, the first roles to be filled were menial outdoor positions that human laborers are often reluctant to occupy. These models fill such roles, deploying a broad yet shallow range of skills to work as delivery drivers, gardeners, cleaners, and shop assistants. Though early androids were relied on to perform physical tasks, the second generation of models proved highly effective with secretarial and clerical work. With superior memories, inbuilt calculation, and no lapses in attention, they quickly saturated junior office positions. Enhanced social protocols soon led to customer-facing roles as well, from receptionists to food vendors. A deviant who found refuge in Jericho. Accessible only to those who have obtained the deceiving key from another deviant, Jericho is the hope of all who have opened their eyes and dream of being free. Alright, like I said, we cannot buy everybody, but the most of them. The HR400 models are the male counterparts of CyberLife's most advanced sexual companions, the WR400. Like their female equivalents, they are equipped with functional genitals and are designed to fulfill all fantasies, from the most common to the most exotic. Yeah. These very sophisticated models can mainly be found in Eden Club, a chain of android sex bars scattered throughout the country. Sexual intercourse with a machine does not fall under prostitution and is not prohibited by the law. Yeah, it's close, but we definitely cannot buy everybody. The WR400 models of the most advanced design of female sex partners. These specially developed models are equipped with functional genitals and are designed to design. The WR400 can easily be customized to alter their appearance at will, catering to the tastes of any client. Sexual intercourse with such machines does not fall on the... Huh? Why is the text the same? Okay, it's almost the same. Alright then, that's it. More is not possible. Detroit police, like that of most major American cities, has been reinforced by several thousand android police auxiliaries. These models, PC-200 for male or PM-700 for female, are specifically designed for law enforcement tasks, do not carry weapons, and are not authorized to use force. They are deployed only for minor patrolling, guarding, or observational tasks. The human policemen see them with a combination of satisfaction and anxiety. On the one hand, they appreciate that machines take on the most repetitive and sometimes dangerous tasks. On the other hand, they are worried about the day these androids take over their jobs completely, rendering human officers obsolete. Alright, so to buy every other skin, we would need 1050 points. We only have 110. 942 less, but I accepted. At least I've bought the Pigian. Pigian is the best, and it's a legendary skin. We definitely need this. And yeah, let's do the survey, and after this, I will stop this last Detroit stream. Who's your favorite character in Detroit? Was there a moment in Detroit that resonated with you personally? Yeah. What was the toughest choice you faced in Detroit? Oh, okay, so the... What? How? So expensive? 300? Okay, so we need 1040, 1050. Holy shit. All right. But I still had fun playing this game, and I hope you had fun watching it. On the next weekend, on coming Saturday, on coming Friday, we will complete Paper Mario Color Splash. And on Saturday, we are going to react on the IGN Fest. I can't wait to see this. Take care and goodbye, everybody.